What's going on? It's your boy H Money, Mr. DAZN. We in the building. Let's get it. Bellator 260, Douglas Lima, back in the ring. Let's get it going. Back in the octagon. H Money, Mr. Supreme. We right back like we never left. Ignorant Boxing. He says Douglas Lima is a beast. Absolutely. Douglas Lima, one of the best welterweights in the world. Douglas Lima, is a true champion. He won the tournament. He knocked out Michael Vinipage. He beat Rory McDonald. He's a hell of a fighter. Pressure, JC the Don. JC the Don said UFC card tomorrow, Liddy. Yeah, we're going to cover that with Tap Out King tomorrow. We're going to do that one with Tap Out King as we get ready for this Bellator card. What's good, JC? How you feeling? Douglas Lima is a monster, like Ignorant Boxing said. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. The dude is the truth, man. So we got the prelims that's already jumping off. Let's go. H Money, Mr. Supreme. We right back with another one. You heard me? So as we get ready for these fights, Bellator 260, Douglas Lima versus Amosov. Salute generals. Smack the like button on God, you heard me? Smack the like button. So we getting ready for the first fights of the evening. Hit the like button ASAP. Subscribe to the channel. Chillin' JC the Don. Let's good. What's good? He said he chilling like a villain. Chilling like a villain. I like Douglas Lima a lot. Douglas Lima is an animal. He said, H, what you think of yesterday Shields' debut? A very tough fight, very competitive fight. She was actually losing. She came back towards the end of the fight. She put up, a good performance. I'd rather see her in a boxing ring, to be honest with you. I would rather see her in a boxing ring, man. I don't think MMA is a good for her. I don't think that's a good look for her to, risk her undefeated record in an octagon. Like I said, man, I want to see her back in a boxing ring. I think she shocked the world by winning that fight, and now it's time to focus on boxing. But I heard that she might fight a bunch of bums. I heard she might, continue to stay in in the PFL and mixed martial arts. I heard they're gonna start giving her some easier fights. Give her some, some tune-up fights. That's what I heard. Boxing said that fight is boring. Which fight? Which fight is boring? Hit the like button. Let's get those likes up ASAP. You heard me? All right, Michael C. Williams with the official introductions. Let's get it going. Bellator MMA. Michael C. Williams with the official announcement. So we getting ready, man. Let's go. We got some great fights coming on tomorrow. Shakur Stevenson, undefeated, one of the best in the business. Shakur Stevenson making his return back to the ring tomorrow, man. I can't wait for this. You heard me? H Money, we back. Okay. Math in here. Method. That was an easy ass fight. That was an easy fight. It wasn't easy, though. She was losing the first 2 rounds, bro. So I wouldn't say it was easy, especially when this is, you're trying something new. She was trying something new. It wasn't easy. That girl, Elkin, had a lot of experience. So, like I said, it wasn't an easy fight. I think they're going to give her some, bombs now. If she wants to stay in there, they're going to have to give her some easier fights, bro. That was not an easy fight. That girl was tough. That girl had experience. She had 3 victories. That was Clarissa Shields' first fight. She should be fighting people with 1 win. 1 win. You know what I mean? Not 3 wins. That girl was a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Very tall, lanky. She made it difficult. So we getting ready for the first fight of the evening. We got Bell in the ring versus Makina Katina. Hit the like button. Yeah, that shit wasn't easy. She needs work. Of course. Yeah, she's trying something new, man. It's not easy when you're trying something new. Clarissa Shields been boxing her whole life. So when she got in that octagon, she was in a different type of world. She was in a different world. It was an easy fight. How was it easy, bro? She lost the first 2 rounds. I don't think it was anything easy about that fight. She needed the knockout to win. She was lucky enough to get the knockout. But for me, probably get straight back to boxing unless they gonna match you up with some easy wins, man. Because she could have lost that fight and people would have been talking about it. Oh, Clarissa Shields, the greatest women's boxer of all time, gets beat by Elkin. It would have looked bad. It would have hurt her image, I think. She isn't ranked in any martial art outside of pugilism. But she had experience, though, my brother. That's what I'm telling you. That girl had 9 professional fights. Clarissa Shields, that was her first fight. So we got Bill versus Makanatina. Let's see what's going on. Hit the like button. Got to give her credit for getting in there. Still, though, she got in there. Yeah, she got in there. Like I was talking about it, last night with Tap Out King. And Tap Out King said, she should stay if they start giving her some easier fights. Give her a couple of fighters that's going to stand with her. They got to give her a matchup with somebody that's going to stand and bang with her. Somebody that's going to strike with her. That was a bad matchup. That's all that I'm saying. That was a bad matchup. You put her in there with a Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt, and the girl just kept taking her to the fucking ground. You know what I mean? Give her a match where somebody going to stand and change with her. Stand and exchange. Big shots with her. That's a better fight for her. You heard me? That's what I think. Coco the Don in the building. Shout out to the Don himself. Coco the Don Boxing Channel. Everybody subscribe to Coco the Don Boxing Channel right now. The Don is here. He said that's as easy as it gets. Hell no, that wasn't easy as it gets. Look, when Kimbo Slice came into mixed martial arts, bro, they was feeding him bombs. They was giving Kimbo people that was going to stand and go toe-to-toe with him. They gave him fighters like Tank Abbott. They gave him some old-ass fighters like Ken Shamrock. You don't put her in there with somebody like that. Like they was trying to set her up to lose. That's what I thought about it. Danny the Great. Coco the Don, salute, homie. Danny the Great says salute to H Money. Danny. What's good, my boy Danny? JC, what it do? Soft touches professionally isn't growth. Shit, when you're new to a sport, that's what you're supposed to do, bro. Just like there's a lot of fighters out here in the sport of boxing, they still fighting bums. You got prospects in the sport of boxing, they fighting people with no wins. They should have put her in there with a complete bum that somebody had no wins. This is her first time. She has no experience doing this shit. They should have gave her an easy ass fight. Danny the Great, salute. Coco the Don, you heard me? What up, Danny? Danny. Clarissa is built different. Clarissa the GOAT. Yeah, I agree. She is the greatest woman of all time, man. Got to give it to her. Yeah, you got to put her bombs, man. Let her fight bums. If you ain't going to put her in there with bums, she shouldn't do that shit. Let her build her resume up. Let her get some wins under her belt. Let her get some experience. You know what I mean? That shit just was a crazy fight. Hit the like button. We got 8 people in this motherfucker. Let's get those likes up. Boxing isn't MMA. Beating bums will help her. Shit, let her get some experience, right? Just like you do young boxers in the game. You let the young boxers fight people with no wins and shit. People that's 0-10. You got young fighters fighting people like that. It's like they try to set her up to lose. MMA doesn't work like that. It felt like they try to set her up to lose. Look how many bombs that Wilder knocked out. For example, look how many people Wilder knocked out that was bums. Got to give Clarissa Shields some bums like that Wilder was fighting back in the day. That's all I'm saying. MMA doesn't work like that. JD said Wolf would have slept her. She ain't no GOAT, in my opinion. I think so. I'm just saying, look how many bums Wilder knocked out. Let him build up his resume, right? You got to do the same thing with Clarissa Shields. That's what I'm saying in mixed martial arts, dog. That's all I'm saying. Malik Scott is a bum. Big facts. Not only is Malik Scott a bum, Malik Scott is a bitch. He's a bitch as well. Let's get that clear. Ignorant boxing, laughing, busting up, laughing. It's facts. You know what I mean? Just look at all the people that Wilder was knocking out when they was building him up. You feel me? Iron Kong said, H Money. Why Bob Arum ducking Devin Haney? Why Bob say T.O. gonna fight Loma or Pedraza? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that, man. Shout outs to 24 Geezy. He sent me the link. Yeah, man. It's unfortunate. We need answers. Yeah, man. Teofimo Lopez recently, he's been doing talking, saying, I'm gonna fight Devin Haney next, this and that. Like I said about a couple days ago, Teofimo Lopez, he's been using Devin Haney's name to promote his fights. He's been using Devin Haney's name to promote himself his whole career. So now he's doing it again. Bob Arum is Teofimo Lopez's boss. Teofimo Lopez has a boss. Better yet, Teofimo Lopez, he has a pimp, and that's Bob Arum. Now, Teofimo Lopez, his next fight will be next Saturday against George Kambosos Jr. It's on Triller. It's not on Top Rank. But guess what? Bob Arum gets 20%. Teofimo Lopez, he still got to give Bob Arum 20%. He still got to pay his pimp. And that's Bob Arum, bro. So that fight doesn't look like it's going to happen. And that's what we've been talking about. You know, it's unfortunate that the fight fans, we get robbed from another great fight. So it looks like Teofimo Lopez versus Devin Haney won't be happening anytime soon. You know, so Bob Arum called the shots when it comes to Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez has a boss. Teofimo Lopez, he has a pimp. And that's Bob Arum. You know, JC busting up laughing. It is what it is. Like, I thought the fight was going to happen next until I hear what Bob Arum said. Now, Bob Arum, you know, about a month ago, he was saying if Devin Haney beats Jorge Linares, he's ready to make the Teofimo Lopez Devin Haney fight. So right now, it looks like that fight is shut down. It looks like Bob Arum is blocking that fight. Bob Arum, he's not confident that Teofimo Lopez can beat Devin Haney. He doesn't feel like Teofimo Lopez can beat Devin Haney. We need answers. Yeah, we need answers, man. Malik the Diver Scott. Yeah, man. Teofimo Lopez is the capper of the decade. Yeah, he does a lot of capping. He's like kind of similar to Keith Thurman when it comes to the capping. UGC Flame in the building. Everybody subscribe to the UGC. My big homie, what's good? Shout out to the UGC, man. Shout out to the NBBC. We in the building. Danny the Great, the whole Pass family are clout chasers. They always been clout chasing Devin Haney for a long ass time. That shit is nothing new. They've been doing that. They've been doing that shit for a minute. Bob Arum runs Teofimo Lopez's career, and he said no, Devin. Facts though. Big facts though. You know, Bob is T.O.'s pimp. Yeah, he got a pimp. He got a pimp for sure. You know, he said Bob is like Magic Don Juan. I actually seen him before in L.A. I seen him at the, what mall was it? The Beverly Center. You know, I seen Pimp Magic Don Juan at the Beverly Center in Los Angeles. You know, I just got out of school. You know, I went to Hamilton High School. So when I left school, we went to the mall. We was kicking shit, hanging out at the mall. So while I'm waiting for, you know, I'm waiting for the bus. You know what I mean? Because I was a young nigga. I was waiting for the bus. And while I'm at the bus stop, I see Pimp Magic Don Juan drive past. And, you know, I'm talking to him. Yo, Pimp! He busting up laughing and shit. So shout out to the Pimp Magic Don Juan. Andre Rodriguez, what's good? Salute. T.O. Jr. and T.O. Sr. are afraid of Devin Haney smoke. You know, so I'm saying from what I'm saying, people are saying Teofimo Lopez, he wants the Devin Haney fight, but Bob Arum, his boss, don't want to make that fight happen. So that's what I'm hearing from the people. But talk is cheap, man. According to Teofimo Lopez, you can mandate that fight. You can order that fight. You can force it. Hey, do what you got to do. You say you want that fight that bad. Do what you got to do. Let's make it happen for the fans. If not, that fight won't happen for a very long time. Now, Teofimo Lopez in the past, he said that fight going to be 3 to 5 years before that fight happened. Teofimo Lopez said 3 to 5 years before a fight with Devin Haney happened. And right now, that's what it's starting to look like. You know, because if this fight doesn't happen right now at 135, when does the fight happen? It won't happen anytime soon. You know, like I said, it is what it is. You know, we seen plenty of fights. Dang, Showtime is on fire right now. We got Charlo versus Montiel next Saturday. Jamal Charlo versus Montiel. We got the WBC middleweight title on the line. Let's see what y'all talking about. Malik the Diver Scott. Malik Scott diving, taking dives, slide tendencies. He said, wait a second. Why is Devin calling out other fighters when he signed to fight someone else? That's clout chasing, isn't it? No hate here, just asking. Join the panel. Let me know exactly what you mean. He said, why is Devin calling out other fighters when he has a fight sign? Devin Haney doesn't have a fight sign right now. He doesn't have a fight sign. You know, Devin Haney was trying to make that Teofimo Lopez fight before the Linares fight. But that was Teofimo Lopez that was out there colluding slide tendencies. Remember when Teofimo Lopez was saying, I got a mandatory in George Kambosos, but then Teofimo Lopez, his manager, David McWater, said they had time to make that fight. The IBF said, no, you could have fought Devin Haney. You didn't have to go straight to a mandatory. You waited until you had to go to a mandatory. So, yeah, Devin Haney's calling out the top guys like Teofimo Lopez because that's what the fans want. Devin Haney doesn't have a sign. He doesn't have a fight right now. So how is that clout chasing? Just asking. I'm just asking now. What fight does Devin Haney have right now? Devin Haney, before the Linares fight, he was calling out Teofimo Lopez for real undisputed, for all of the belts, for a real undisputed fight. But that was Teofimo Lopez saying, I got to fight George Kambosos. So how is that clout chasing? You tell me. But it's been Teofimo Lopez who's been clout chasing Devin Haney throughout his whole career. Talking about, oh, I fought Devin Haney in sparring. I beat up Devin Haney in sparring. But then when Devin Haney saw you at a fight, he walked up to you and called you out on your bullshit. You had nothing to say. Teofimo Lopez was the one saying he was going to send Devin Haney a contract. And his promoter, Bob Arum, said that you can't send contracts. I'm your boss. I'm the one that's sending contracts. So you tell me, why has Teofimo Lopez been using Devin Haney's name for 3 years straight, doing interviews saying Devin Haney's name? Okay, you tell me. That's all I want to know. Willie Boy, slip and move. What's up, H Money? Love from Scotland, brother. Shout out to Willie Boy. What's good, my boy? What's goody? Jamal Charlo, Montiel. He said garbage. Hey, did y'all see Jamal Charlo's his interview recently? They did a press conference between him and Montiel, and Jamal Charlo actually roasted Ellie Setback. I don't know if y'all saw it, but Jamal Charlo roasted Ellie Setback this past weekend, man. You know, so hit the like button, man. Let's get those likes up for real. We on our way to 7,000 subscribers. On our way to 7,000. Let's get it. Iron Kong said, Bob say Devin signed with the wrong promoter. He on the wrong side of the street. But hey, Iron Kong, wasn't Maurice Hooker signed with Eddie Hearn and Bob Arum made that fight between Jose Ramirez and Maurice Hooker? And Maurice Hooker was an Eddie Hearn fighter. Didn't Bob Arum make the fight between Lomachenko and Luke Campbell? Yes, he did. And Luke Campbell was an Eddie Hearn fighter. He is an Eddie Hearn fighter. Didn't Bob Arum make the fight between Anthony Joshua and Pulev? And Pulev is a Bob Arum fighter. and Anthony Joshua is an Eddie Hearn fighter. Didn't Bob Arum make the fight between Lomachenko and Corolla, another Eddie Hearn fighter? So it sounds like a whole bunch of excuses why they don't want to fight Devin Haney. It seems like they really want to duck the kid, and it is what it is, man. You know what I mean? We know that Teofimo Lopez, his team, they don't want that Devin Haney fight. No difference than when Tank Davis, his team, they didn't want him to fight Vasily Lomachenko. When Mayweather Promotions, they didn't want Gervonta Davis to fight Lomachenko. It's the same exact scenario in this situation. You know, D Nice in this mug. What up, D Nice? Clarissa Shields got it done. I'm gonna drop the link, man. Anybody want to cook with your boy? Let's cook then. You heard me? Yeah, let's just make the fights happen. But both fighters are very young, man. Now, Devin Haney wants to fight Teofimo Lopez because Teofimo Lopez been calling him out for about 3 to 4 years now. So now when Devin Haney wants to make the fight, it's different excuses. Teofimo Lopez saying Devin Haney got to wait 3 to 5 years. He's going to send Devin Haney a contract, but he never sent shit. Which one is it, man? Now Bob Arum said he don't want to make the fight with Devin Haney. But Bob Arum, you just said that a month ago. You want to make the Devin Haney fight. You said all Devin Haney got to do is beat Jorge Linares. And now it's some other shit, man. There's always some other shit. You heard me? It is what it is at the end of the day. Devin Haney getting paid a lot of money no matter who he fights. He try to, fight the best. Because people say Teofimo Lopez is the number one lightweight. Okay, we'll take that fight. We'll take that opportunity. We'll take that risk. You know what I mean? Let's make it happen, though. Let's make it happen. We live. Bellator 260. Bellator 260. Douglas Lima versus Amosov. Let's get it popping. Let's get it popping, though. But yeah, man, like I said, Bob Arum just did an interview recently. It was yesterday, matter of fact. He said that he's not trying to make that fight happen with Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez. So what is Devin Haney going to do next? What's the next move for Devin Haney? So I want to hear from people in the chat. Iron Kong, what's next for Devin Haney? We know Javier Fortuna is fighting against Jojo Diaz in the title eliminator. Should Devin Haney stay at 135 pounds as the champion, take over the weight class? Maybe Teofimo Lopez vacates all the belt. Maybe Bob Arum said something about a fight with Lomachenko and Devin Haney, but he also said Teofimo Lopez versus Lomachenko rematch is a possibility. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen. I want to know from the fans what y'all think should happen next in this scenario. Sly, I don't see you. You're not backstage, bro. Let me drop another link. I don't see you on my backstage. Because I can show you what's going on backstage on my screen. I don't see you, my brother. But let's chop it up. I'm going to drop another link for you. Because I can show you what's going on my screen. Let me take a look. Give it up. Give it up. Give it to me. See, this on my backstage right here. Here we go. That's a different link. For real? Oh, there we go. I see you now, Sly. All right, I got you. Bam. We in there. Let me stop the screen share. Give me 1 second. All right, bam. There you go. Sly, what's good, my boy?
What's up, man? How you doing tonight?
I'm good, man. Talk to me, man.
Yeah. So there's a channel on here, a boxing channel called the IBFP. I don't know. You probably heard of him.
Yeah, I know him. He's a hate. Like, to be honest, he doesn't like Devin Haney for some reason. This guy was praising Ryan Garcia when Ryan Garcia got dropped. When he got dropped by Luke Campbell, and he was saying Ryan Garcia is such a warrior. But when Devin Haney got hit by a big shot by Linares, Devin Haney didn't even go down. Like, he had a lot of negative comments. So, this guy he's what you call a hater.
Yeah, he's big time. Yeah, so he did a whole video about the about Haney. He said, Haney's clout
That was the
chasing and
weirdest shit, bro.
hello.
UGC, what's good?
Oh, I
Hey,
thought I
can you
lost
hear
you.
me?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
hear
we
you,
got
bro.
you.
Hey, that was the weirdest shit. When I first came in, it said 6 hour live stream ended. I was
That's
backstage
what
by
happened.
myself.
That's what happened to me earlier. I was like, "What the hell is this?"
Yeah, that shit was crazy. All right, so we in
Yeah,
there.
but look, go ahead, Slide, man. That dude you
Yeah,
talking
sorry.
about is a Devin Haney hater,
Yeah.
bro. That's what he
So
does. He hates
he
on other
he
fighters, bro.
he did a video though about Haney, and he was saying he was a clout chaser and all this stuff. And I didn't like, oh, he's right because look, this is the thing. He'll say keep that same energy and all this shit, but he's the biggest Canelo fanboy like on the planet. He's he'll defend like everybody knows Canelo went to super middleweight so he didn't have to fight. It is what it is. Everybody knows that shit. But he was saying that about Haney, and I listened to that shit right before the Linares fight, and I thought about it, and I was like, I don't know if this is, I know you know a lot more about Haney than most people, so I was like, I wonder what H Money thinks about this shit.
Yeah, the dude is just a hater, Like I said, like you just
Who we
said,
talking about?
he talking about IBFP hating on Devin Haney pretty
Oh
much.
shit, that's what he brought. He brought that here. Come on, man.
No, no. Well, I didn't say I agreed with him. I
I don't
definitely
mention
don't.
these
But
dudes. I don't bring them up. But when
yeah,
you mention their names, then I have to respond. The dude is a Devin Haney hater. He's a Canelo fanboy and an Anthony Joshua dick sucker. That's what he is, bro.
Jesus, yeah, he is so far up AJ's ass. Like for the
What the
stupidest
fuck?
shit too, yeah. But I thought I was like, I wonder what he's gonna think about this shit. He's not undisputed, and Tio actually just admitted that not too long ago after all this freaking time that's gone by. But it was kind of funny. I just wanted to see what you would say about that.
Let me see what Black think about it.
Yeah, go ahead, Black.
About and think about what?
I guess what you say about IBFP? What he say about Devin Haney?
He said Canelo, not Canelo. I'm sorry. He said Devin Haney is a clout chaser because he said every time his main reason is because every time at the end of it, almost every fight in the division or lightweight division, Haney will pop up in the ring and acting like he wants to fight him is what he says. And he said he did it to like Ryan Garcia. I found out after the fact that Ryan Garcia was his mandatory if he beat Luke Campbell. So it made perfect sense for him to be in the ring. But he said he didn't want to fight Ryan Garcia. He was already signed to fight Linares. And he
That's a
was acting
lie.
like
That's a lie. Ryan Garcia, first of
exactly.
Come
all,
on, man.
was his mandatory.
So yeah,
So that
burn
fight
it,
should have
Black. Go
happened.
ahead.
They on the same network. These guys, are Ryan Garcia is his mandatory. Ryan Garcia fought a title eliminator against Luke Campbell to fight Devin Haney for the world title and decided to call out Manny Pacquiao. That's clout chasing. So why he
Yeah,
didn't say that Ryan Garcia
Right?
was
Yeah, he
clout
ain't gonna
chasing?
say Ryan is clout chasing. So come on,
Exactly.
man. Like we gotta get,
yeah. That's what I
you know.
wanted to know because I thought I was like, wait a minute, because fucking Ryan is his mandatory. So why wouldn't he be in the ring with him? But he tried to say that he was already signed to fight Linares before that.
That's a lie. Dude, the dude
Damn,
is a
bro.
liar. That's why I don't
That's
respect
how
those kind
niggas.
of guys.
Yeah, that's how niggas try to make it on YouTube. Lying and capping like that nigga, bro. Fuck out of here.
He's a joke. He's
Real
a
boxing
fucking
fans
joke.
know what's up though. Ryan was supposed to step in there with Devin. You
Hmm.
know, Ryan all cap and a clout chaser. Teofimo Lopez is cap and a clout chaser, man. And like you said, H, that nigga, hey, Bob is the pimp. So get your whole ass in line, man, and do what you told. Stop out here capping like ain't no take. When the fuck the takeover gonna happen? Cause it don't look like it. Feel
Did
me?
y'all see
After
what
this
Bob
Triller
Arum said
shit, get your
today?
shit back in the kennel. Huh?
Do you see what Bob Arum said today? He's blaming he's blaming Eddie Hearn for taking too long to get the deal. He's saying the reason they ain't gonna be the undisputed fight ain't happening is because Eddie Hearn dragged his feet with the Saudis. That's his whole reason. He said the fight didn't go down when
Hey,
honestly it looks like it was already gonna happen, but regardless, they were just doing it the clout chase. But what do y'all
hey,
think?
the shit that H was saying a little bit ago about,
Mm-hmm.
the clout chasing shit, like
Mm-hmm.
Tio learned from the best, man. Bob Arum. Bob Arum like taught them the best, man. You know how to use somebody's name to promote your event or some shit that's cracking coming up. Teofimo Lopez did the same shit when he had the Lomachenko fight coming up, and he was calling out Devin Haney, talking about whoop whoop. Nigga, you still had that fight on the line with Lomachenko. And he was talking about Devin Haney ducking me here, bitch. So all them, man, they do that shit. They'll use somebody's whole name and to promote themselves while they had no business. They ain't even think about fighting them. But he'll shit out here and shit on Devin Haney all day long. We ain't gonna fight him. You know what I mean? Ryan to get out here and shit on Tank and shit on Devin, he will not fight him though.
Tio's saying it, but the thing about Tio is that he'll say everything except I'm gonna fight him. You know what I mean? Exactly. Oh, I'm gonna put his head on the plate. Do you want to fight him? Not yet.
What he said after Linares fight? I would have knocked you out. Oh, you would? Okay. Sit your bitch ass back.
It's easy to say that shit. Yeah. It's always easy to say what you would have done.
Yeah. You could have been the one holding the real belt if you just jumped in there, but you got depressed. So that's how that went.
UGC, I want to ask you what you thought about Clarissa Shields' performance last night.
I didn't even see it, man, but I did see the highlights, man. The ground pound, and I just seen Clarissa with the smile, man. So it looked like, and still undefeated. You know what I mean? And probably the first one to do it like that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. 2-time undisputed, two-time gold medalist, and won her MMA debut. Like, you seeing a lot of the MMA crossing into boxing, and they catching L's. Mm-hmm. But she went from boxing crossing to MMA and got a dub. Like, you got to give her some props.
Facts.
Because a lot of people in their first fight coming from MMA to boxing, they getting that ass whooped.
They get destroyed.
You feel me? And they like, okay, yeah, this some different shit. So, congratulations to Clarissa Shields, man. Y'all got to stop hating on the queen. You like that? Because she doing some historical shit. She doing it faster than anybody ever done it. And she like, what's the next shit I'm gonna conquer? So, congrats.
She killed it. She killed it too, because this is something a lot of people keep overlooking. He just said that, a lot of boxers, when they cross over, they get fucked up. Normally, they'll just get taken down and submitted or pounded out. And what you got to give Clarissa credit for is that not only did she get taken down and pounded on, she got fucking mounted. She could have gotten beaten so many, but what I'm praising her for is that she got put in the worst positions you can be in. And guess what? She didn't panic. She showed composure. It was incredible to see, because she's just, like when I wrestled in high school for 4 years and then I did jiu-jitsu. The entire objective in wrestling is to not get put on your back. And in jiu-jitsu, you want to get put on your back. So it's a crazy transition. So she did really, for her to make the transition like that, and she looked great. She looked like it felt natural. She did awesome.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna go ahead and have to watch it now, because I'm like, damn, she won it, and the way people reacting to it, they like, yo. They said people are honest about it. They said a certain mistake she made. They said that her coach was telling her when she go down, let her back up, but she went and just started ground pounding her and took her out and submitted her that way. But she went against what the instructions was and got the job done that way. So I've been hearing people talk about that aspect too.
Yeah, she was actually losing the fight. She came from behind, bro. She needed a knockout to win, and she got it. And this showed the type of heart that she got. Man, I'm proud of her. I would like to see her focus on boxing now. She shocked the world. Like you said, she did something that no other boxer has done. From what I've seen. And I heard Amanda Serrano got a couple of wins in mixed martial arts. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, yeah, I didn't really know about that. What's her record in mixed martial arts?
She has a losing record, but I think her record is 3-6. But at the same time, though, she's not she's a black belt in jiu-jitsu under the Machado brothers, which is a really, really good. They don't just hand black belts out, but sometimes, though, you can be a black belt under a great team, and it doesn't necessarily translate to actual fighting. It's just because jiu-jitsu, when you're practicing it and learning it and applying it, you don't do it to people that are in the street. You're doing it to people that are learning it like you are. So it doesn't always translate. But and she's also fought some pretty tough girls too. So you got to give it up to her. I mean, she came into that fight with no advantages, even on the feet. Like, and I'm not taking away from Clarissa. She's the best female boxer I can think of. But at the same time, MMA boxing and boxing are totally different. So she technically had no advantage in a lot of people's eyes, but she just had a way bigger heart, and she didn't panic. Like, she didn't panic at all. She did great.
Okay,
Hey,
we got
Johnny.
a super chat. What's good, Shelton Moore? We got a super
Read your
chat.
super chat. Read your super
Okay,
chat.
Tony Boswell says, much respect H Money in the panel. Had to stop in and show support for the hard work. And if you you like the content, hit the like button. Shout out to Tony Boswell, TB. Appreciate the super chat again, my brother. What's good, Sheldon? Look like you're doing some grocery shopping.
Oh yeah, I'm celebrating Clarissa Shields' great victory, man. That's what I'm doing, brother. Hey man,
Yeah.
I'm proud of the girl, man. She did her thing, man. She crossed over. No boxer has gone to the MMA world and had a win.
You
So
just
she's
came in
first
at the
to
right
do that.
time, Shelton. We were just talking about that.
She did that shit at the right time, man. She crossed over. She got a win. Now, for her, if it's up to me, if I'm calling some shots, right, I want her to stay there. I don't want her to go back to boxing. There ain't no money in boxing for her. The only fight I want to see her come back to boxing for is Savannah Marshall. If it ain't Savannah Marshall, I don't care about it. Beating up on Katie Taylor and them other little girls, you're not going to get no credit for that. They're going to say you was too big. They're going to shit on you. Stay in MMA. Train for 3 more months. The good thing I found out, Sly and H Money, the good thing I found out, she's not in that tournament. So that's good.
Yeah.
She need to be in that tournament because eventually she'd have ran into somebody like Kayla or Pena and it'll end it bad. So, stay in MMA, train for 3 more months, get another fight. Train for 3 more months, get another fight. And then maybe by next year, you ready to step up in competition. Because MMA is totally different than boxing.
I was about to say the same thing, Shelton.
Yeah. You can see the girl last night. The girl she fought last night, in all honesty, she wasn't that good.
He was a bum.
And she was giving Clarissa hell. But Clarissa got heart, and Clarissa got the will of a champion. She refused to lose last night. No girl had her. She could have got her out of there if old girl had more skill. But Clarissa won that fight last night on toughness and heart. Just the will not to give up. She needs more work, man. She needs more work. But she don't need to be trying to double dip. She needs to stay in MMA. That's where her money is going to be at. Because her biggest payday in boxing, I think, is $350. She made more than that last night.
Yep, that's true.
She made more than that last night. So stay in MMA. Fuck the boxing. If Eddie Hearn ain't talking about $750 or a meal ticket for Savannah Marshall, everything else is bullshit. Stay doing what you're doing, girl. I'm proud of you.
Yeah. To build on what Shelton was saying, the only way she gonna be able to reach a high enough skill level is if she dedicate herself to MMA. If she keep trying to double dip, that's gonna take away from the proficiency from one of her crafts, and she's already perfected her craft at boxing. So she really need to make a decision right now. Like, if she gonna get serious about MMA, she need to go head first. Because right now, the position she's in, the goal right now is to make it to the UFC.
I'll preface that too by saying, look what happened to Conor McGregor when he started double dipping. He came into that Poirier fight without his MMA stance, his boxing stance, and he got knocked out. He was doing all right up until then, but he was double dipping for a while too.
Double dipping had with Conor in that specific instance, because Conor was coming off a layoff, he was coming off a loss, and he was fighting the top 3 guys at that weight class. I think all of those factors played into a part of him losing. I think
Hey, I'm gonna say something else, D Nice. I'm gonna say something else, D Nice, and I bet you can relate to this, right?
Uh-huh.
It's hard to get up in the morning and do road work at 4 o'clock when you're sleeping on silk sheets, brother.
Hagler.
I can dig it. I mean, and that goes to the simplest analogy. You grind hard when you ain't got no money in your pocket. Naturally, you gonna grind a little bit less when you get that first 1,000. You ain't gonna be going as hard. You might be going hard, but you're not gonna be going as hard as you was when you didn't have nothing.
Exactly. By the way, D, if you missed it, you said someone said they missed it. I dropped the.
I think that was UGC.
Oh, okay. Well, if you can hear, I dropped the link in there. It's just a highlight video of what happened.
Yeah, I got ESPN Plus. I just rewatched some shit.
Yeah,
Hey,
I watched
you
that shit on my
said,
phone.
AD Nice, you said when you get that first 1,000, right?
Yeah.
Now you see what happens when you get that first 100 million. See, Conor McGregor got 100 million.
Right. Right. That's why he took off so long.
Yeah, fighting is not really on his radar. I mean, if I got a net worth of $130 million, I'm not fighting nobody, homie. For what?
Yeah,
exactly. I tell some people, some of them dudes. I mean, them dudes like to fight. I think for a lot of them, the money be the secondary. Because
but that's the special guys. That's the difference, bro. Those are the special guys.
I mean,
Conor McGregor was never special. He was never
sold
special.
that whiskey company.
Yeah, no, I can't. I'm not gonna say that. Conor
He was
McGregor,
never special.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was a bad
special
motherfucker.
Guys. He's a bad motherfucker, but he wasn't special. See, special guys, it don't matter how much money they got. It don't matter how much money they got. They probably fight for free.
I can dig that. If you rating it like that, I can dig that. Yeah, because you got to be special. You got to be special to be 100 millionaire and to put yourself in a.
Think about this. Yeah, Marvin Hagler got three $20 million bags in the 1980s, early 80s, 81, 83, and 85, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Didn't change him one bit, now did it?
No, not at all.
Didn't change him one bit.
You know what?
And you know $20 million bags in 1980 is about the same as a $100 million bag now. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah. The only fight of Hagler's that shocked me was the Sugar Ray Leonard fight.
And
yeah,
you know
he really let Sugar get in his head.
Yeah,
I think
he tried to box Sugar Ray. Remember, he came out the first 3 rounds fighting right-handed. He was trying to box, and that's where he fucked up.
I thought he won that fight. To be honest with you, he was the champion.
I thought Sugar Ray stole it.
I thought Hagler won because Hagler, first of all, was the champion for 7 years. You know what I mean? To beat the champion, you're gonna have to take the belts from. You
gotta take it. You gotta take it.
Yeah. Well,
he didn't do it.
He was the original. He was running like a motherfucker. Sugar Ray was tired as hell. Hagler was whooping his ass, to be honest with you.
He was bolo punching at the ends of the rounds to steal the rounds.
Yeah, exactly.
And
that pitter pat shit to steal 30 seconds. He was fighting 30 seconds out of a round and shit.
He said that was a game. He said that was a game plan.
How can you game plan be to fight 30 seconons in a round, bro?
Well, I mean, he fought, but that game plan that he put together worked.
I'm gonna ask you one question that's gonna answer all your questions. H, where was that fight held?
That was Caesar's Palace. Caesar's Palace. Right?
Where's Caesar's Palace?
Las Vegas.
That's your answer. There's certain fighters that you're not gonna beat in Las Vegas unless you stop them.
That's a fact.
Marvin, you gotta. I'll say this, but Marvin, he would probably slap me for saying this, but I'm gonna say it because he's never made excuses for anything. But the problem too that people don't realize, Marvin wasn't just fighting Sugar that night. He was fighting everybody in that building. He was fighting everybody in that building. He was fighting the organizations, the belt holders. None of them wanted anything to do with him the entire time, even when he was knocking people out. Because and that's what cost him at the end because he had a chip on his shoulder.
Marvin didn't play politics. Exactly. Because Marvin didn't play politics.
He never did. He used his hands, but it caught him.
He was so disheveled by that fight. He fucking quit.
He was pissed. I mean, that fight had so many different sanctioning things too. It was the rounds were cut. Like the way Sugar set it up, he set everything in his favor. And I'm not hating on Sugar.
And you know how he tricked Marvin, fellas? because he didn't argue about the purse. Marvin got 25 and he got 12, and he was happy with that.
He said, "But I'm gonna take everything." He said, "I'm gonna take everything else."
Yep.
Hey, so recently, I see Terrence Crawford was at the Shakur Stevenson weigh-in, and Terrence Crawford met up with Ugas. They took a picture. What y'all thought about that? Y'all think it can happen?
I definitely think it can
happen. It's gonna happen. I heard Bob today. He said Terrence will be back to the ring in October. That's that last fight of that contract.
That's
the last
bullshit right there.
October, though, that's a long wait.
He just fought in what, November? Did he fight November, December, D-Nice?
November.
He fought in November, so he fight again in October. But that's the last fight on his contract.
That's why they doing it.
And he's already informed Bob that he's leaving. Bob already knows he's out of there.
That's why
trying to suck the last dime out of him.
Yeah, that's why his next fight is in October, because that's it.
That's the last fight he owed. Bob gonna get his money. He gonna smash Ugas or whoever it is.
Ugas or Josh Taylor. Who y'all think gonna be next?
Who that? Josh Taylor got a mandatory.
Josh Taylor got business to handle. Josh Taylor got business to handle. Got to fight that mandatory. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I am a Josh Taylor fan.
Me too.
I do not want that for Josh Taylor. Please, Josh.
You got to dare to be great.
Yeah, make some money, Josh. Make some money. Yeah. Don't be playing with smoke, man. You're gonna get
He's going to beat you up, Josh. He's going to really beat you up.
I respect him, man. He daring to be great, man.
I'll give him Tony Boswell said the Josh Taylor fight, man. Now, if Terrence Crawford can get a Josh Taylor fight in his last fight with Top Rank, that'd be big. You know what I mean? Knock off his new cash cow and Josh Taylor. Knock him off. That'd be a good fight.
Wants to see it. Danny the Great wants to see it, H. He wants to see that Taylor fight. Danny, you must have a problem with Josh. You want Josh to get beat up?
Man.
He would have to go out there. If that's the last fight on Crawford's contract, he would have to go out there and destroy Taylor. Because if he don't, they're gonna rob him blind.
Exactly. That's what I think too.
Yeah, they're gonna rob the shit out of him.
Look, I love Josh Taylor. I watched this fight. I love what he did against Prograis. I love what he did against Ramirez. But you talking about a totally different animal, man. This is. I know. Josh Taylor ain't seen nothing like this.
I'm not even doubting that Crawford will win, but in that scenario, I'm talking about it couldn't be a performance like against what's that boy Benavidez.
No.
They would find openings to rob.
But it's not going to be like that. Look, I was at the barbershop. I think you was there too, H. 2 weeks ago when Berto was there. Was you there?
Yeah, I was watching it.
Did you hear when Fred asked? He asked Berto. He said, "Spence Crawford, who wins?" He said, "Oh, Crawford all day." He said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Crawford easy." He said, "Why?" He said, "I'm telling you, I've been in the ring with both of those guys. This guy is something special about this guy, and he's fucking mean." He said he's a mean dude. He said this guy, he eats, breathes, lives boxing. That's what he does. And he gets you in the ring, and he's trying to hurt you with every shot. He said, and once he finds out that you've been drinking and partying, and you haven't been living the way he's been living, then he's really gonna punish you.
Hey, do y'all remember when him and Spence had met up?
Whoa, that shit was crazy to me.
Yeah.
Do any of y'all remember when him and Spence had met up?
Yeah.
And how shocked Spence was to see that Terrence Crawford was still in shape?
Yes.
He said, yeah, feel it again. He said, I don't get out of shape.
Hey, go ask Al. Go ask Al Heyman.
See, I think they need to lowball your Dennis Ugas though, just for playing puss. You wasn't thinking about fighting Crawford when Spence was on the table. So now that you're interested, you take these peanuts.
Yeah, I got Crawford knocking out Ugas, to be honest with you.
So do I.
Too, man. Yeah.
So do I.
I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm going to say this now, and the chat probably going to explode. There's nobody at 147 that can beat Bud Crawford. Nobody.
Not currently.
Well,
No,
Nobody.
not
I
currently.
would say Earl Spence got the best chance.
Nobody. H.
He got the best chance, though.
Nobody.
Earl Spence.
From,
Wait, listen.
from a
Earl
skill set
Spence
point of
got the
view,
best chance.
He's saying from a best chance.
from a best
not
chance.
he's gonna
I mean,
win.
just from the eye test, I would say
He can't beat
that.
him.
I would
can't
say
beat
that.
him.
What's his name? Boots got a better chance.
Boots.
We got to see Boots in there with better guys, though, because
I'm just talking about from a
Lipinets was a
skill set point of
140
view.
pounder. Lipinets was
Yeah.
nothing special. So we knew he was going to knock out Lipinets, but we got to see him in there with the other guys as well.
I stand corrected. Boots has a chance, but he stops Garcia. He stops Porter. And I'm telling you this now on June the 11th of 2021. He stops Errol Spence.
They stop him, huh? That's a hot
Stop
take.
him.
Am I crazy to say this? I think I know it's skill for skill. It's definitely Bud, but I honestly think Bud is not as fast as I think Crawford's a lot faster than Bud is.
You think Terrence Crawford faster than Bud?
Yeah. No. I think Bud's faster than Crawford. I think Bud is faster than Spence.
He is.
I don't think Spence is even that quick.
I think Spence uses his timing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But I seen how fast Crawford was in that Kell Brook fight. I didn't even know his hands was that quick.
That was crazy. Yeah, Crawford did a better job dusting him than Spence did. Spence actually got rocked a few times against
the two best.
To be fair, he was shot.
The two best at 147 is Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence, hands down. They are the cream of the crop. They are the two best by far.
They are. Yes, they are. That they are.
What's good, Jeff? What's good? But yeah, man, I had just recently sent the text to Bomac. I told Bomac, like, Terrence Crawford versus Josh Taylor is a great fight. You know what I mean? I would love to see that fight. But now I see Terrence Crawford meeting up with Ugas. I wonder why Ugas was there. Like, you know what I mean? Ugas, that's kind of
them dudes like boxing. And everybody don't play politics. Some motherfuckers go, and then, a lot of them dudes be having friends outside of their own organizations.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't really find it odd that your Dennis Ugas was there. He's a boxing figure. Only Spence be playing. Well, I ain't gonna say only Spence, but Spence and Keith Thurman and Porter and them, they only go to their functions. You very rarely see them turn up.
Spence been going to them DAZN fights, though. Got to give him that.
Yeah, because he won Canelo. But that's like the postman. That's like the postman chasing. That's like the postman chasing the Rottweiler, man. I don't think he gonna want that when he get there.
I think that he's got the cash cow now though. Pacquiao is still, in my opinion, I'm not saying he's the cash cow.
Yeah,
see what they keep it under wraps though is how much Pacquiao is getting paid for this fight.
Mm-hmm. They are. They're not that close to the chest.
Yeah, they are, because they know the media is gonna have a field day if it's anything less than that 40 million.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I was gonna say too. This is a little, not to change the subject too much, but did y'all hear that the Mayweather pay-per-view was over 1 million buys?
For real?
I can believe it.
For real?
Over a fucking million. Yep.
The Showtime app crashed, man. The Showtime app crashed. So yeah, I can believe it.
Over 1 million for a YouTube guy. People were hating on Mayweather. Look, man, he's an entertainer. He made a bunch of money he beat up a 200-pound YouTuber, and I'm happy for him. People are hating. This is going to destroy his legacy. It's like, man, get out of here. The dude's an entertainer, man.
Legacy is for the fanfare. The money is real. Legacy can be whatever you make it out to be. The money is real. Fuck what the legacy is. Some people strive for legacy, but you will always be thought of the way a person thinks of you. And if they think negatively, it's probably nothing you're going to be able to do to change that.
Yeah. I ain't hating on Mayweather, man. I'm
get
jealous.
your money.
I'd take an ass whipping for $100,000.
I feel you. I feel you. I'll be right there. Put them up. I'm out that bitch like Scrappy. Dude, yeah, let me out. for that 100 grand. What?
Damn.
I would get ass whippers for less.
I was gonna exactly, but yeah, he did. The only news I saw, the biggest news I saw was that though it's projected so far. They say it's probably going to be more than $1 million. You're right. Logan Paul brings the kids out, and I hate to say it, the WWE, WWF, that's how they got in people's households was through kids.
Facts, because I was a big WWF fan. I used to go to Richfield Coliseum in Ohio when it used to be there.
And
hell yeah. Hey, you got to give Floyd his credit, man. The dude came back, did 1 million pay-per-view buys again. Shows that he's still the biggest star in boxing. He's still the biggest attraction in boxing.
Yeah, and that's sad. Him, man. That's the sad part about it.
Exactly. Like people won't. It's crazy because I hate to say this, but he kind of. I don't want to say he ruined it, but he kind of did ruin it for a lot of younger guys coming up.
What you mean?
Well, he okay, so he went through, he went through Arum, he went through Al Heyman, and then he kind of, he's with the Heyman still, I think, but he kind of does his own stuff, like his own production and everything. And what sucks is that I'm not saying he has to help the youngest. I'm not saying that, but they ain't touching the kind of money that he gets. They're not.
They ain't even touching Deontay Wilder money.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not saying like I wish that him and the thing that's I hate seeing is you see it in wrestling and you see it in fighting is when the old, no offense, I'm not on the old dude here, but when they come in, when they won't retire, they won't go away. And the reason they won't is because they're making money. And I can't hate on him for that. But I wish, he didn't really, like, he had, like, Bowdo Jack on there. And I think Pascal got injured. But I just wish there was something they could do to help these youngsters out, man.
Pascal
shit, yeah, that's right. I thought he got injured.
But I ain't gonna lie, Floyd helped. He did help a lot. Yeah. He helped a lot of these young fighters out.
Look at that.
He taught a lot of young fighters. Yeah, he taught fighters how to.
He's helping Woodley right now.
I'm saying he changed Tank's life.
Yeah. Tank, people are saying he's cherry picking. He ain't fighting the good. You know what though? Tank's making money.
I mean, from a business standpoint,
and that's really what it's all about at the end of the day.
Yeah, they moving him beautifully. Now, from a fan standpoint, no, they putting easy touches on him, but from what they trying to do to build a star, they moving him the way they supposed to.
Man.
Yeah, you got to be honest. Floyd, he's doing a good job, man. He taught fighters how to, take care of the business side of the thing. He showed people how to make a lot of money in the sport of boxing, and you got to tip your hat off to Floyd Mayweather, man, for paving the way for a lot of these young. Yeah, no, not you, not just you, but I'm just saying, like, for Floyd to be able at 44 years old to come back and do 1 million pay-per-view buys and make possibly $100 million, that's more than any boxer today.
But you know what's crazy?
Go ahead.
You know what's crazy, H, is they not even following the blueprint. They trying to follow the Money Mayweather blueprint. But you got to go through the Pretty Boy blueprint before you get to the Mayweather blueprint. And they trying to bypass that.
First,
no, you got to fight. You got to fight people. Mayweather made it there because he was fighting motherfuckers. Before he was handpicking, he was calling out everybody under the sun. He wanted Cotto in his prime. It was Bob Arum that wasn't letting that happen. He would have fought Margarito, but Margarito got knocked out by Mosley. Yep. When Mosley knocked out Margarito, they was calling Mosley the next best thing. Yes, he still got it. He is ready. So all of that talk when they say that Mosley was past his prime, and no, he had just knocked out Margarito.
Yeah, they were talking shit about him because of Vernon Forrest, and then once Forrest lost to Forrest smoked his boots too. Yeah, he destroyed
Yeah, he did.
Vernon Forrest, I think he's dead now, but he's somebody that gets overlooked a lot. But he just couldn't. Who's the guy that the crazy ass dude that fought Oscar De La Hoya and was like blowing cigarettes, smoking people's faces? Mayorga. Mayorga's the one that beat Vernon Forrest twice, and then once Vernon Forrest became the champ, Shane Mosley kind of got pushed aside. But once Mayorga beat, you see, that's the thing. Styles make fights because Shane Mosley destroyed Mayorga. So it's one of those things, man.
So definitely, but hey, I had heard that interview with Bob Arum talking about the Haney and Lopez, and this is what I was talking about on previous shows, man.
Tell me, yeah, this is what I've been waiting for.
I was skeptical about that fight because Bob Arum, like, yeah, that fight's probably not gonna happen. They like, well, Teofimo saying Bob Arum said, I don't care what he wants. This is a business move. I'm telling you, Teofimo's next fight, if Lomachenko win, will be Lomachenko Lopez too.
Oh,
that's the next fight because that's what makes the most business sense.
Who's fighting Lomachenko next? I can't remember his name.
Nakatani.
Yeah, Nakatani. Okay, so yeah, I'm sure he ain't gonna have much trouble. Well, I'm not overlooking Nakatani. I think a lot of people think that just because.
I think he about to smoke Nakatani though.
Yeah, he's pissed. I saw that interview where he was talking about what he's gonna do and all this stuff.
Yeah, I think he about to fuck Nakatani up.
Mm-hmm. Tonight's fight's gonna be lit too, though. Lima, he's a hell of a Lima. Yeah, that dude's a dog. He did lose to Mousasi, but Gegard's a big guy. He's a big guy compared to him.
Ain't that shitty? Ain't that shitty losing to a motherfucker named Gegard?
Yeah, I seen him once. Gegard's got this weird kind of scoliosis where his neck bends down. He's like 6 foot, probably 6'4", but his neck is down so far. And he talked about it a little bit, but yeah, Lima kind of. I mean, you just can't. Sometimes when the equal skill, but you got more size, you just can't do anything.
Right.
Yes.
Well, fellas,
fights on Bellator.
I'm about to roll, man. Salute the show. I'll get up with you boys later.
Be good, man.
Already.
Hey, I just want to say shout out to H Money Boxing. I ain't want to.
Hey, what's up, JFL?
What up, Sly? I ain't want to interrupt that good dialogue.
Go ahead, man. Yeah, jump in.
Yeah. I just say shout out to H Money first and foremost. Shout out to Team Haney, and shout out to the viewers in the chat. And
I was gonna say I gotta subscribe to your channel, man.
And likewise, I'll do the same, bro.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I know the Mayweather talk. For me,
mm-hmm.
at this point, you know what I mean. For me, I can't entertain casual rhetoric when it comes to Mayweather. You know what I mean? So I won't entertain it going forward. You know what I mean? Because when they overlook and the narratives around a Mayweather, majority is reaching and how you say it? You could say official duckers, protectors narratives out there. So, I won't entertain casual rhetoric, especially when it comes to Mayweather, the GOAT. Mayweather's the face of boxing. He's the GOAT.
No, I love Mayweather. I love Mayweather. I didn't mean to. What I said is not the way I meant to say it. Yeah.
I'm talking about where I stand at going forward.
I can't stand these people going in on Mayweather right now because it's like, man, the dude. Look at what he just did at 44 years old against a 200-pound man. So they got to give him his credit, man. Look at the numbers he's pulling at his age, and it's insane. People should be trying to do everything the way he does it. But
Now, for me, I would say this one thing: the narrative of Mayweather ruining boxing, that's false narrative at its finest.
yeah,
So I'll leave that right there.
no, you're right. I wish that it's. I feel a lot of today's boxing in general, like they put so much emphasis on that zero. You know, like the best fighters ever, the best. Like when you go back, I mean, like Ali and Joe Louis, Marciano, all these guys, all those guys except Marciano, but most of those guys have losses. They put so much emphasis on this unblemished record that I think it makes it like look at somebody like when Lomachenko lost to Salido. Now I'm not saying I feel like Lomachenko he had a great amateur record, 400 or 300 and something and won, and he did come in and get a lot of extra. In my opinion, I think he came in and fought for the title. I think with 9 pro fights. That's almost unheard of nowadays. But I think that if they could put more emphasis on the fighter and less emphasis on protecting the zero at all costs, everybody would be making decent money at least, man. It's just hard to. It just sucks that it's this way. Like a dude loses one time and he's garbage. Oh, he was trash. Look at what I mean. I'm not a Garcia fan, but him getting dropped by Luke Campbell, that's boxing. Devin Haney getting clipped by Linares. Guess what? Linares is a power puncher. That's boxing though. Look, he still won. He took 10 rounds from the guy, and nobody takes rounds from Linares. Even Lomachenko didn't take rounds from Linares. I wish people would just take off it sucks. And make the best fight the best. That's what's going to make people open up their wallets.
Yeah, see, the thing is, boxing is a business, man. And these promoters, they going to make the best business move for their fighter and their company. That's what's going to happen. That's just the bottom line, bro. Boxing is a business.
I wish they had like some kind of regulating body, though. One of the things that kills me about boxing is that there's so many people, like, if you look at, like, I'm not picking him intentionally, but Deontay Wilder, one of his biggest selling points before the Fury fight was his record, and he's got an unblemished record, 40-something KOs. All those dudes that he KO'd, all those guys have, families and stuff, and so you could be number one. I mean, look at what happened to Rigondeaux after he lost to Lomachenko. I ain't even seen or heard or anything from him since then. And up until that point, he was bodying people. So, go ahead.
Facts. I mean, shit, I agree with you, man. But we do got some big fights coming up in boxing. We got Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury 3, the trilogy. I can't wait for that one. You got Jermell Charlo versus Brian Castano for Undisputed. We got Tank Davis versus Mario Barrios. Erickson Lubin versus Jason Rosario. Man, so many great fights, man. Manny Pacquiao versus Earl Spence. It's a great year for boxing, man, but there's so many other great fights that we want to see. What's good, JFL? How you feeling, bro?
Feeling free smoke, man. How are you?
I'm good, man. It's Friday. We got some great fights on Bellator tomorrow night. Shakur Stevenson making his return back to the ring. What's your thoughts on Shakur Stevenson, JFL? Where do you rank him with the Devin Haney's, Teofimo Lopez, and Gervonta Davis, Ryan Garcia? Where does Shakur Stevenson fit with those guys?
Within rankings, I'll say I'll put him between 9 or 8 in rankings.
Yeah, he's a very talented fighter. Shakur Stevenson, former world champion at 126 pounds. Now he's campaigning at 130. He said he wants a title shot against Jamel Herring. How do you see a fight between Jamel Herring and Shakur Stevenson, Sly?
Oh, man. I think that to be honest, I think a lot of people are overlooking the dude he's fighting tomorrow, the African guy. But I still think that Shakur is going to get past him. Against Herring, oh man, I like Shakur, man. I'll cap for Shakur. I love his body work, the way he's so people. The only criticism I've ever heard is that, oh, he's too basic and all this stuff. That's what wins fights. Doing crazy shit is what gets you knocked out half the time. But I love his body work. I love his ability to go in it, his in the pocket box. He's got a lot of things going for him. I like him a lot. He's fun to watch, and one of the things I like about him a lot too is that he's mean. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'll get in there and talk shit to you while he's hitting you. I like seeing that, and that sells too. Like, if you're trying to get people watching you and get people interested, you got to talk. And he talks, and he was cussing him at the weigh-ins. He said he's going to knock him the F out and stuff. But he looks good this fight. I think he can beat Herring, man. I think he can. I don't think Herring's a bum or anything like that, but I think Shakur, he's a little younger, and you know, he's probably hungrier too. So we'll see though.
The comment in the comment section, bro, that Valdez and Shakur, yeah, that should be on the forefront than the Herring matchup, if you ask me. Although Jamel Herring definitely needs to step up, although he had a win over Carl Frampton.
Yeah.
But I'll say, that was a good, for me, that was a Carl Frampton. Now, I see Carl Frampton in the ring, and it's up to you to see a Carl Frampton compared to other fights in the fight with Herring. But Herring got the nod, got the victory. But for me, it is what it is. But Valdez and Shakur, yeah, that should be on the forefront, bro.
Yeah, some good fights at 130 to be made, man. 130, that division is loaded right now. You know what I mean? You got to look at it. You got Oscar Valdez, Shakur Stevenson, Jamel Herring. You still got Leo Santa Cruz around there. Tank Davis, he been fighting at 130. Maybe even Lomachenko moves down to 130. The division is still loaded. Don't forget about Miguel Burchelt. Burchelt, we got to see how he bounced back after getting knocked out by Oscar Valdez. But 130, I think, is one of the most underrated divisions in boxing at this point. And even Chris Colbert, Lil Beehive, Chris Colbert right there doing his thing.
Yep. Some of them guys, I heard that they were going to try to do a tournament to fight for the to fight the champion. The winner fights the champion is what I heard, but I don't know though. It's the cool thing is that the coronavirus, and I'm not saying it was a good thing, but it created it made a lot of people realize what they missed, and that's why I think boxing is really getting back on the rise again. It was dead for a little bit, and I think that really got people realizing, damn, it's like when you haven't seen a good movie in a long time, and you finally like, yes.
Hey, can you say, that comment, Valdez ducking Shakur? Okay, if that's the case, can you make a case for Shakur avoiding Tevin Farmer? I'm still bringing that up because
nah, he ain't avoiding Tevin Farmer.
No. The reason why I'm saying that, hear me out. Now, I'm not saying official duck is official ducker, right? And Valdez has been called out by Shakur, and from time from the things, and we know that returning to the ring will be a Tevin Farmer rematch wise, potential rematch with Diaz, and also consistent smoke with a Tevin Farmer, a bounce back fight for him as well.
Yeah, Tevin Farmer ain't fought in a long time. He hasn't fought since he lost to JoJo Diaz.
Well,
what's up with Tevin Farmer? Is he a free agent? He might be a free agent. I'm not sure if he signed a Matchroom Boxing anymore.
I think he's still good. I'm saying a matchup for Shakur, right? Is for me, You can say Valdez. I can say Tevin Farmer. You can, you know what I'm saying? Say Shakur, Tevin Farmer, Valdez, Burchett. I mean, you're gonna go to Heron. Okay, well, that's talked about prior to a Tevin Farmer or Diaz or Chris Colbert or you know what I mean? Like Shakur, I like his skill set, but he ain't say Tevin Farmer name. I know that though.
Hey, so Danny the Great says he said H Money and the rest of the panel. Who you got in the Barrios and the Tank Davis fight? I got Barrios knocking out Stank in round one. How about you guys? I think it's gonna be a good fight. Me personally, I've been leaning towards Mario Barrios in this one. I think Tank Davis, he's he's very small for 140 pounds. Mario Barrios at 5'11". Mario Barrios has very good boxing skills. He has a tremendous jab. He's a great body puncher. His left hook to the body, one of the best in boxing. I got Mario Barrios upsetting Gervonta Davis. Mario Barrios, he will shock the world. Mario Barrios has one of the best trainers in boxing, Virgil Hunter. Virgil Hunter, the legendary trainer of Andre Ward, former trainer of the year, Virgil Hunter. I think Mario Barrios will shock the world in this one, man. It will be similar, I believe, to Adrian Broner versus Marcos Maidana in this one. I got Barrios knocking out Tank. What about you, Sly? Keep it real. Feel free to disagree with me. What you think about it, Sly? I think Sly stepped away. What about you, JFL?
No, I'm here. Sorry, my bad.
Mario Barrios versus Tank. What's your
yeah. I was saying something I had to think of. Barrios, man, like the people that are saying that Tank is gonna walk through Barrios, man, I'm sorry, but you just now discovered boxing or something, man. Barrios is a beast. He's got a lot of advantages coming into this fight. The only thing I would give Tank, though, and I'm not gonna say because Leo Santa Cruz, he had every advantage against Leo Santa Cruz, but I think he's bitten off more than he can chew. I think I'm talking about Tank. Tank can usually, sometimes when he's got a dude going at him, that when his back's against the wall, he performs like he's got that power to bail him out. But when you're that short and you're fighting a dude that's that tall, punching up, it just sucks the wind out of you a lot quicker. So I think Barrios is going to get him. I think he'll knock him out too. But here's the problem I have with that shit. They're trying to charge $70 for this pay-per-view, $69.99. I don't even pay that for a Mayweather fight.
Yeah, it's pretty high. Well, I do like the undercard with Erickson Lubin versus Jason Rosario on there. I think it's some great fights, but like you said, it's a very very high pay-per-view when you think about it.
Prices.
Method. Okay, let me just read this comment. Danny the Great said, Virgil Hunter, straight out of Oakland. You understand me? Mad Chad Boxing. Everybody subscribe to JFL Heads channel. Subscribe to Mad Chad Boxing. Mad Chad said, H Money. Salute panel in chat. I think Tank Davis knocks out Barrios cold. Knocks him out cold. What about you, JFL? What do you think?
Hey, I'm reading that comment from a Method in Madness.
Which one? Iron Kong 26 said Tank gonna be the undisputed regular interim champ of the world. Yeah, man, he been collecting those regular belts. You know, it's funny because the PBC, I think the PBC considered the regular belt as a world title. Remember when Canelo beat Rocky Fielding? Mm-hmm. They considered that a world title at that time. So, it's so many belts in boxing, man. Go ahead, JFL.
I hear you on that. But Barrios is he's skillful. He's skillful. He has a certain alertness to him and a certain timing with him. So, and he's have a certain height, but and power. So this is a step up for Tank Davis. And a statement will be made, and Tank Davis says, he finna do something spectacular. And he's good at that weight too.
Yeah, he's good at that weight for sure. I just think that Barrios, he's a in my opinion, he don't have as many advantages like like talent wise. Like he doesn't have like that natural speed and that natural just knock him dead power like Tank. But man, people that don't overlook this guy though, man. I'm telling you, you can always beat power with technique. Always.
I mean, can you say it'd be a one-hitter quitter for both sides?
I don't think it would be a one-hitter with it's just the if you know anything about physics and leverage and stuff like that, man, when you punch down and hit, like when you're punching at a downward angle and hit, it's always going to be harder than punching up. And you know, being tall has its advantages. Like, can you keep here's the thing. Can he keep Tank from rushing him, from getting too close? If he fights Tank on the outside and jabs him and does that, he can win easily. But what people have a hard time with Tank is that he gets inside on people. Like he's short and he's super explosive and he can get inside on people quick. And he's got this, you know, he's got gifts, man. He was born sometimes you're just born with great speed and you got to be born with great power. You know, Deontay Wilder, he's a heavyweight, but he's 200 and something pounds, and he's, you know, look what he's doing to 250, you know, to not recently, but I mean, it's closer than people think for sure, man.
I think it's closer than I agree to that in moments, but then separating yourself is key.
Yeah,
and dominating is a mindset of Tank Davis finna do something spectacular. So,
hey, if I'm wrong, I'm not gonna lose anything out of it because I don't hate Tank, but he definitely could fight better competition. But he is one thing I will give Tank. He's entertaining, man. He's fun to watch.
You can say that the left hand from Barrios, you need to watch out for. That's like key, and we see how Linares was you know, consistent with the left. Yeah. And I'm saying Barrios, he might apply the same approach with the left, but more so, you know, it could be a short hook or distance. I mean, Barrios will come forward fighter. And to back him up,
you're going to find out soon enough. That's for sure.
Yeah. So, but my thing is, for me, it's a battle with the left.
So a Method in Madness said Tank is going to chop Barrios down, then finish him. Okay, let's get to some more comments. Mad Chad Boxing said Tank will have the most power he's ever had in a ring at 140. Tank been punching up his whole life. Okay,
that's true.
See what Tony got to say. My brother Tony Boswell. Shout out to Tony. He said y'all sleeping on Tank. Floyd made Tank's career in the way his was in the later years. Remember, hate sells. And the more Floyd talks and more Tank sells to see if he will lose.
That's a good point.
Yep. Okay, so Shelton Moore said Tank gets stopped June 26th. Dang, so that fight is coming very soon.
Yep.
That fight is on its way, man. I can't wait for that one. It's going to be a great matchup. That's a good fight, man. So shout out to the PBC putting on some great fights. Like I noticed that
doing some bangers.
Yeah, I noticed that the PBC receives a lot of hate. But you got to give these guys credit, you know, for putting on fights like Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder 3. We got to give them credit for putting on Manny Pacquiao versus Earl Spence, Jermell Charlo versus Brian Castano for Undisputed, Gervonta Davis fighting Mario Barrios, Erickson Lubin versus Jason Rosario. These are some very good fights. You know what I mean? And we can't forget to mention Lil B-Hop, Chris Colbert versus Gamboa. That's a good fight right there as well.
That's a good fight too, yeah. They've had a lot more, they've got a better ability to do things now because before it was kind of PBC top rank and Golden Boy. Golden Boys kind of fell off. You know, they put all their eggs in one basket with Canelo, and once Canelo walked off, people kind of realized, oh, you know, like I don't have to stay with it. And I think that now that they've got more options, you know, I mean, as much as the PBC gets shit for doing things the way they were doing them, they still made the Fury Wilder fight happen. You know, they still made the Campbell Garcia. They've been able, not entirely, but they've been able to cross over, you know, with Top Rank, and I'll give them that all day, because they want. I think they're starting to realize that people want to see the best fight the best.
Yeah, absolutely. I just seen a recent interview right now. George Kambosos, you know, Teofimo Lopez next opponent. George Kambosos versus Teofimo Lopez will be next Saturday. He just did an interview talking about how he saw Teofimo Lopez get dropped in sparring. George Kambosos said he's seen Teofimo Lopez get knocked out in sparring. So, what's your thoughts on that, Slide Tendencies? You got George Kambosos trying to get in Teofimo Lopez's head, saying that he saw the footage when he got knocked out in sparring. What's your response to that?
Man, I saw that. I saw that shit yesterday. I always hate it when it obviously sells, you know, divides opinion. I get that. But people need to realize that sparring is not a fight. It's simulated. It's controlled. You're wearing headgear. Like, you're not going to be wearing headgear in a fight. You're not going to have that massive adrenaline dump in front of 10,000 people. So when people start saying, oh, he got dropped in sparring, he's going to get knocked out, I just think that it's the stupidest thing ever. Sparring is exactly that. Like, we got, what's his name? Oliver McCall was Mike Tyson's sparring partner for his whole life. And for like 10 years, a long time. That iron sharpening iron created when Oliver McCall knocked out Lennox Lewis. So people were saying, oh, Tyson's bodying Oliver McCall. Guess what? Oliver McCall became the heavyweight champ. I'm not saying he didn't go crazy later, you know, when he fought Lennox again, but people can't be looking at sparring footage and thinking that, you know, and I don't want to sound like I'm in here capping for T.O. I like T.O. though. He's got good power, fun to watch, but you can't be going by that, man. You got to look at the bigger picture, and sparring is just that. It's sparring.
For sure. So a Method in Madness said T.O. is fighting the winner of Hammer Hands and Jose Pedraza. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about it, man. A Method in Madness. He said T.O. is getting put in line for he said T.O. is getting put in line for Zabeta or put Barboza for 140 titles. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard
he was fighting somebody else. I heard he was fighting the winner of Nakatani and
Lomachenko rematch from Loma. But you know, T.O. said he doesn't want to give Lomachenko a rematch. More than likely that ain't gonna happen because T.O. said he won't give Loma a rematch. Let me just read a couple of the comments, Jay. W. Riles said Kambosos will get knocked out in the ring. F sparring myths. It ain't myths though. It's facts. We seen the footage where he did get dropped.
That's all. You know?
Yeah. So it's facts. And T.O. admitted that he got stopped. You know, recently he did an interview with Fight Hub TV, and they asked him about getting knocked out in sparring, and T.O. said, "Tell the guy to try me now." T.O. said, "I'm a different fighter now," so you know he confirmed it. A boxing dialogue headgear. He said a headgear with 16-ounce gloves. I think he's talking about sparring, and he said 12-ounce. 14-ounce, 16-ounce, talking about sparring. Okay, Tony Boswell says sparring is sparring, you know, which is true, you know. But what you have to say, JFL, go ahead.
I was saying Ryan Garcia and Rolly to that comment, sparring is sparring, right? But my follow-up question was with the Teofimo Lopez and Lomachenko. I can recall Aram slipped in and said it could be a possible Lomachenko and Teofimo too. So, but at the same time, though, Kambosos was nothing to sleep on, and that fight hasn't happened yet. And win, lose, or draw in that situation, I would say I can recall, you know, Teofimo Lopez and Lomachenko too. Which
I was going to
we
ask you,
know
JFL.
Lomachenko. We know who next up, Lomachenko. So Sancho and deliver and get in the ring with that Haney smoke.
Well, JFL or H, I was going to ask you all this. A lot of people think Kambosos didn't even win his last fight. They said he got like a gift decision in Australia.
Yeah, against
I'm not hating on Kambosos. I mean, it is what it is. But I watched that fight too. It was close, but I don't think. I think he actually got a unanimous decision, which is ridiculous. But
you said it's ridiculous.
I think I'm talking about Kambosos, his last fight.
All right, do you agree with the narrative that's out there? Do you agree with that?
The what? The narrative of?
I'm saying you're saying it's ridiculous, so where do you stand with that?
I just think that I would have been a lot more comfortable with a split decision. I mean, I don't think that he unanimous. Unanimous means that the judges think he won 8 of the 10, or at least 3/4 of the 12 rounds.
So we're gonna talk about Lomachenko and Teofimo?
No. I was talking. Hold on. No. I was talking about Kambosos.
Okay, I hear you.
Well, the thing is this. Now, let me just say this. Like Sly said, George Kambosos was in a very competitive fight against Lee Selby. I honestly thought Lee Selby won that fight, but George Kambosos got the decision. Congratulations to him. Right, George Kambosos seems very confident going into this fight with Teofimo Lopez. His confidence is there, but it doesn't mean he's going to win. I think Teofimo Lopez should knock him out, but you never know what can happen in the sport of boxing. To be honest with you, is Teofimo Lopez overconfident going into this fight? We got to wait and see. But because when you look at the tail of the tape, George Kambosos is taller than Teofimo Lopez, and he does have longer arms. Will that play a factor in this matchup? That's the question.
Yeah, I think that, and my bad, it was a split decision. He actually won by a split decision. What? Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
24 Geezy. Okay, 24 Geezy said Bob Arum wants to give people the fights nobody asked for. Rather than the fights we want. And if Lopez's wife is pregnant and Tio wants to fight before November, why a bunch of BS if no Haney fight? Yeah, why is he doing all that talk? Why talk a bunch of BS if no Haney? Because he's using Devin Haney's name to promote his fight with George Kambosos. Nobody is talking about his fight with George Kambosos. So Teofimo Lopez is using Devin Haney's name to promote his fight. Bob Arum and Top Rank is not behind the fight. Nobody's pretty much promoting it. So, he has to do the talking. He has to promote the fight himself by using Devin Haney's name, something he's been doing for 4 years straight, man. So
Bob Arum is a master of whipping a dead horse. He will beat the dog shit out of he like for him to go at Bud Crawford the way he did, and then you look at the amount of money he puts into quote unquote promotion. Come on, man. Does that stuff all the time.
Sure. Tony Boswell says Kambosos is smaller than Teofimo Lopez. He said it ain't going to last 9 minutes. He keeps his chin out too much for Teofimo Lopez. I agree, Mad Chad's boxing. Let's see. Go ahead, Jay.
That previous comment, though, you still gotta take consideration with Kambosos. His style. Okay, so that could be a style where he's comfortable at, and is there for a reason. Now, you need to capitalize on it, and keep in mind the flip side to that is Teofimo stationary. So yeah.
All right, so let's look at these comments. Made to hate, made to last, or should I call you made to hate? He said Haney is no threat to Lopez. That's a joke. Obviously, he got to be some type of threat because Teofimo Lopez and his team, they've been avoiding that fight. To be honest with you, you know, first is Devin Haney got to wait 3 to 5 years. Then he says, you know, he's gonna send Devin Haney a contract. He hasn't kept his word. So if Bob Arum, he doesn't want to put Teofimo Lopez against Devin Haney, it has to be for a reason. You know, maybe he doesn't believe that Teofimo Lopez can beat Devin Haney. So he's trying to protect his fighter, you know. And that's just how it goes, man. Teofimo Lopez, very good fighter. He has a lot of skills. He has a lot of power. I give him his credit. But I think Devin Haney can beat him. I think Devin Haney is a better boxer. I think Devin Haney can outbox Teofimo Lopez. I think Devin Haney got the better jab. I think Devin Haney's jab will win him the fight against Teofimo Lopez with his boxing skills and his speed and his movement will be the difference. That's my honest opinion. Yep. Let's go. Okay, 24 Easy said Bob Arum is treating. Go ahead, bro.
Real quick though, bro. Shout out to here's a comment there. Made to last. You see that above 24 Geezy?
Yeah, which one? Haney? This one?
Yeah. This comment here. See, made to last. You ain't gonna last in the chat smoke, bro. Now, the real WBC lightweight champion, Devin the Dream Haney. Okay. Now it's the other way around. Okay, so Teofimo Lopez need to earn his way to all roads leads to Devin the Dream Haney. Hear me.
Facts. Haney beating Linares kind of earned him a shot. It did earn him a shot because that's what Bob Arum said. Bob Arum is Teofimo Lopez's boss. Some people say that's his pimp. And Bob Arum said if Devin Haney beats Linares, he's ready to make the fight with Teofimo Lopez. So according to his boss, according to Teofimo Lopez's pimp, they said, yeah, that earned him a shot. So it doesn't matter what you think. Made to hate. You know what I mean? Oh, God.
He's saying beat the man to beat the man. Well, you always can say to beat the man, always apply. To beat the man is to beat the man. But how about you put it like this? You know, the man who ducked the man to duck the man. You know what I mean? Need to step up.
Facts, though. You know, you guys can keep making excuses all you want. But at the end of the day, Teofimo Lopez, his promoter, his boss, he don't want to put him in the ring with Devin Haney, and that's for a reason. You know? So, yeah, it is what it is. You know, so it looks like Teofimo Lopez is, he's ducking Devin Haney. That's what it looked like. Or it looks like his team is ducking Devin Haney. You know, because Devin Haney is ready to make the fight. Teofimo Lopez is not undisputed. He must fight Devin Haney. Devin Haney has the last piece of the puzzle. Devin Haney, you know, all roads lead to Devin Haney. Ain't that right, JFL?
All roads leads to the Dream Haney.
The real WBC champion, ain't that right, bro?
The real lightweight WBC, the most prestigious belt in boxing. Lightweight champion, Devin the Dream Haney. And the avatar look familiar, bro. So is that really who I think it is?
Oh, LaDainian Tomlinson?
You know, I'm just saying, I peep what I peep. So made to last, you won't last in the chat smoke, bruh.
Or should we call him made to hate because he sounds like a hater? You know what I mean? Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. So, JFL, what do you think is next for Devin Haney? Is it a move up to 140? Would you like to see Devin Haney move up to 140? Or should he stay at 135? You know, possibly looking at a fight against the winner of Jojo Diaz and Javier Fortuna. Because, you know, Javier Fortuna versus Jojo Diaz, they fighting in a title eliminator to become the mandatory for a Devin Haney. I mean, what do you expect? Which fight do you want Devin Haney to move up to 140 or do you want to see him fight the winner of Jojo Diaz and Javier Fortuna?
I mean, it's interesting to say, because for a while now, discussion was Devin Haney moving up to 140, as he also can go to 140. Haney can go to 147, but here's the thing, though. He's defending, and waiting on opponents to step up so he can continue to give his free smoke there at 135. There's a name in front of him. I feel as though it should be recommended. And like you said, it's another particular fight matchup of a winner of that fight. But going up to 140, I mean, it's getting interesting up there too. So also there's matchups there at 140 for Devin Haney. And I would say decisions, but I say remain at 135, clean house, and then go up.
JFL heads on these Danny Garcia heads. So a boxing dialogue. Shout out to Boxing Dialogue. He said, I'm watching Mario Barrios versus Akhmadov right now. This is my first time watching Barrios, and honestly, he's not bad. I could see him getting the upset. Yeah, that was his toughest fight right there. That was his toughest fight, a Boxing Dialogue. As you can see, he had a swollen eye. Some people felt like, he showed a lot of heart in there, and he kept fighting. Now, Akhmadov was an underrated fighter. I believe Akhmadov was an Olympian who had some skills, but it was a tough fight. Some people look at that fight and said if Akhmadov is able to give Mario Barrios a tough fight like that, some people feel like Tank Davis should be able to beat him, but I think Akhmadov was an underrated fighter. Well, he has some skills. Let's see these comments. 24 Geezy said Haney versus Jojo Diaz versus Javier Fortuna winner. That will be his mandatory and will be a big fight for him, or he can fight the winner of Lomachenko, Nakatani winner, but the WBC won't let him. Or maybe we should just move to 140 and start campaigning at 140. Because I know Devin in the past, Devin said, he's outgrowing 135 pounds. Devin Haney, in the past said he had 2 more fights at 135. Well, he had those 2 fights against Gamboa and Linares. So according to Devin Haney in the past, he said after 2 fights, he was going to move up to 140. Maybe he moves up to 140. Maybe he stays at 135 and chase a fight with, Lomachenko. Keep putting pressure on Teofimo Lopez. We'll see, man. We got to wait and see. 24 Geezy, Jojo Diaz, the southpaw version of Teofimo Lopez. I think Teofimo Lopez better than Jojo Diaz. I got to be honest with you. Teofimo Lopez, he's a way better fighter than Jojo. Even though Jojo got a lot of dog in him, Teofimo Lopez is way better than Jojo Diaz. Tony Boswell, I like Haney, but Bill rushed him, a shoulder surgery, then broken hand in the same year. He said, y'all can't tell me Devin hasn't been the same. He said, I'm mad at Bill rushing for a bag. Devin just needs a title strengthening. I'm not sure. I don't think Bill been rushing him. Of course, Devin Haney wants to fight the best. He's a young fighter, but he wants to fight the best. Devin Haney wants to shut up the critics. He wants to shut up Teofimo Lopez. So, he wants to step in the ring with the top guys. That's how I feel about this situation. He wants to fight the best. He wants to be the best. Yo, Troy B, what up, though?
What's up with y'all, man? You know what I'm saying?
He said the comment was he rushing, and then the next breath would be he need to step up. So which one is it in the comment section? No.
Yo, Troy B, what's good? Talk to me, fam.
Man, I
Tony
just feel like, man, Devin Haney, man, he need to stay at 135 and clean 35 up. You know what I'm saying? If he could get that Lomachenko, get that, wash him up, put him in retirement, whatever, get that T.O. fight, go ahead and, that's for all the bombers right there. You know what I'm saying? But Devin he gotta realize he gonna be the B-side in that fight. You understand? He the B-side because he only got one belt. But
to be honest, I don't think he worried about A side or B side. He just want to fight.
I'm just saying he can't say Teofimo pricing himself out, you know what I'm saying, or anything like that.
I don't think he ever said that. He never said Teofimo Lopez pricing himself out.
Okay.
That was Teofimo Lopez and his team lying and saying Devin Haney outpriced himself. So
okay. I got it mixed up. That's me.
The term you said the barbers, right? So I'm saying if it's the barbers term, it's for all the clippers. How about that though?
Yeah. I'm with that too. You know what I'm saying? I'm with that too. But yeah, man, Devin just need to go ahead, and he's still young, man. You know what I'm saying? He could go ahead and clean out 35, and then once all that is done, go ahead and move up. I mean, that's what Earl is attempting to do if he can get that Bud fight, but, we going to see.
I would say that you still have to mix it up, and they'll have to sign, still and deliver on these matchups. And I still say that we want the crowd, pleasing crowd favorites, and things about to start heating up. We still got to be mindful of date pushbacks on certain events, certain venues open full capacity locations. You know what I mean? So bigger fights are on its way. It's just if it's free smoke, sign, still, and deliver. Yeah, I mean, you can sign, still, deliver now, and the date could be at a convenient time where it's for the door. You know what I mean? As long as it's sign, still, deliver. That's why I'm at with it, because the dates can be pushed back, and you gotta give time for promotion. Step up fight between fights. With Ryan Garcia next opponent? It was Fortuna. Is it still Fortuna?
No, I think they said
Is it
what's his name? Rolly.
Is it Rolly?
Yeah.
Is it Rolly?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the word. I haven't heard no date. Well, they said it's Rolly.
Okay, Fortuna Rolly. Okay, so
no. Ryan Garcia and Rolly.
Okay, well, we'll see. But got to mix it up. And Ryan Garcia, he's in a position where he has to, I say go straight to that Fortuna smoke right now. Like, you know what I mean?
I think he was ducking out of that.
I mean, whether the case may be, I would say that was this opponent at hand. Continue to go down that list. And if Fortuna next, Ryan Garcia, handle Fortuna, and continue going forward. Win or lose or draw out of that fight, and that's a for me, that's a 60-40 fight. I got Ryan Garcia over Fortuna.
Yeah,
so I don't see how.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The fight isn't.
But Fortuna awkward too, though, man. You know what I'm saying? He brings another style. And it's, I mean, I got Ryan to win. I just think, that ain't gonna be no easy fight for him.
I mean, no fight should be, that easy. But what I'm saying is, skill set wise, I feel Ryan Garcia over Fortuna.
Yeah, I agree. These dudes just need to, man. These dudes just need to mix it up, man. That's what's just wrong with the sport of boxing right now. These dudes ain't mixing it up.
Or he can get a common opponent with Marinez. Ryan Garcia Marinez. How about that though?
Yeah. I favor Garcia to win that. I mean, it's a lot, man. It's a lot of dudes out there, man, who can either come up from 130 to 35.
Shit.
I mean, man.
135 to 140.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
they mixing it up, even in the divisions, bro.
Yeah. Well, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? I just want to say, man, I appreciate you guys having me on H Money, putting me on the panel right quick. I just wanted to stop through in here, man. And shout out to H Money. Shout out to my man JFL.
Shout out to Troy B.
You know what I'm saying? Just talking this boxing. Yeah, I'll be on watching. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night.
And your motto will be, "Your barber, okay, it's for all the clippers. You hear me?
all the clippers. For all the clippers. For all the barbers. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to the barbers as well as Fred Barbershop. Got shout that out one time too. H Money. Okay, so Tank Davis and Barrios. That's a banger fight. Shakur Frampton reconsider his retirement and go up and get in the ring with a Lomachenko. Lomachenko, you can recall saying he was going down. So I was saying Lomachenko versus Carl Frampton. That's still a banger fight, low key. But Carl Frampton, it is what it is with that though. I guess. I guess I'll read the chat smoke, H Money, until you get back. So can I keep the chat smoke going, bro? Because I don't want to go too far left. Loma Nakatani, yeah, that's gonna be a fast pace. Even more so, I think Lomachenko might have another approach with Nakatani than the approach he had with Teofimo Lopez. I think he's gonna come out the gate on a Nakatani from the opening bell. You know what I mean? Let you know he can definitely do that too. Or Lomachenko could result back to, the Matrix style back foot Lomachenko, and then turn it up. That's a toe-to-toe matchup, though. A lot of that's a fast-paced fight right there. Because Nakatani, yeah, he want to trade fast-paced. So yeah.
What happened to old boy? Where'd Troy go?
Troy went to the to the shop, bro, and see about his chair. You know what I mean?
What happened? Y'all was debating? What I missed?
No, he good.
It was free smoke. Pound for pound in this motherfucker. He said Loma finna get his ass beat. Too small for 135. I got Loma beating Nakatani though, pound for pound. Nakatani slow as fuck, man. Nakatani, he ain't even good, to be honest with you. He got a lot of heart. What I give Nakatani, he got a lot of heart. He's a warrior, but at the same time, he has a lack of skills. Nakatani is slow. He has no defense. He has no head movement, right? So that's what I got to say about Nakatani. I think Lomachenko going to whoop his ass. Lomachenko gonna beat the shit out of Nakatani. To be honest with you, Lomachenko got too many skills for
Lomachenko
Nakatani,
like
bro.
that.
Nakatani ain't good, man.
Lomachenko like
Teofimo Lopez struggled with that dude, so they try to hype him up because Teofimo Lopez struggled with him.
Lomachenko like you're not gonna call Frank to me.
Said 140 has a lot of good fighters and good matchups. Yeah, shout out to 140. 140, man. Josh Taylor, the kingpin at 140 right now. Josh Taylor, that dude at 140, man. No cap. Josh Taylor, the truth. I think Josh Taylor gonna end up moving up anyways. I'm thinking Josh Taylor gonna move up to 175 pounds, man. You know what I mean? That's what it's looking like to me. I think Josh Taylor versus Terrence Crawford should happen next. I think that's a great fight for boxing. I would love to see it. So we got Michael Venom Page on his Bellator. The Bellator right now, you can watch it on your YouTube. Go to the Bellator on YouTube. You got the prelims. It's going down. Taylor versus Taylor. Josh Taylor versus Terrence Crawford. I would love to see that one, man. You know what I mean? I would love to see that fight right there. Okay, fantasy fight. Sean Porter, Maidana. Oh, that's a good one, man. That's a good one. I will go with Maidana. I'm gonna go with Marcos Maidana because I would say Marcos Maidana. He beat better guys. You know, Marcos Maidana. He beat Victor Ortiz. He beat Adrian Broner when Broner was undefeated. Maidana performed at a high level against Floyd Mayweather. Maidana, his power. You know, Maidana. I'm gonna go with Maidana, to be honest. I like Sean Porter, but I think Maidana was more of a dog. But Sean Porter could probably beat him too, though. Who you think win that fight, JFL? Maidana or Sean Porter? I'm gonna go with Maidana. What about you? Who you go with? Maidana too much power, man. I think
I have it a draw.
A draw. You always saying fights and draws, man. Can we get a winner? Let me get a winner, bruh. You know, I'm gonna go with Maidana, but I wouldn't be surprised if Porter could beat him though, because Sean Porter does land some good body shots, and Maidana does get hurt to the body. Remember, Amir Khan, he beat Maidana, but Amir Khan is a boxer. Maidana got beat by boxers like Devin. I think Devin Alexander beat Maidana. He was boxing him, you know. So Maidana got problems with people that can move, that can box. And Sean Porter, he can box, but Sean Porter, he's going to go toe-to-toe. And I think if he goes toe-to-toe with Maidana might knock him out. Ramirez is sticking around at 140. Barboza is on everyone's heels. Who is Barboza? I've been seeing you talk about Barboza. Who is Barboza? Porter. So Method said he got Sean Porter in that one. See? I can see why you picked Sean Porter in that one, because Sean Porter does go to the body and Maidana gets hurt to the body, you know. But Sean Porter got to be able to move around. If Maidana hits him, Maidana can knock him out. 24 Geezy said, if Taylor vacates, we're going to get a lot of exciting matches for the titles. I want to see Haney move up and fight either the WBC or IBF champion. Yeah, Devin, you know what I mean? You got some big decisions to make. Devin Haney, you know, does Devin Haney stay at 135 or does he go to 140 and establish himself at 140? Got to wait and see, man. 24 Geezy, Maidana would destroy Porter. Okay, D. Hodges said Marcos Maidana. Pound for pound says Chris Algieri versus Paulo Malignaggi. That's a great fight. Two fighters that's very similar to each other, very similar styles. Both of them are slick boxers. Where they really don't have much power. Both of them, they're not power punchers, but they both got boxing skills. It will be a chess match. You know, Chris Algieri, his biggest win was against Provodnikov when Chris Algieri came back and beat Provodnikov. But remember, Paulo Malignaggi, he beat Juan Diaz, the baby bull. Paulo Malignaggi was very competitive against Adrian Broner when Broner was undefeated. I think it's a very competitive fight. I'm gonna go with Paulie though. I'm gonna lean towards Paulie. I got Paulie. Maidana would beat him worse than Brook. So he said Maidana would beat Sean Porter worse than Kell Brook did. Maidana got that power, man. Maidana got knockout power. Method said Maidana pre-jab or post-jab. You would have to say the best version of Maidana, because in fantasy fights, we like to match up fighters at their best. So we going to take the Maidana that beat Broner, the Maidana that fought against Mayweather, that Maidana, versus the best version of Sean Porter. Which was the best version of Sean Porter? I would say the best version of Sean Porter had to be the one that beat Danny Garcia, probably. That was his best win.
No,
not sure. Or the best version of Sean Porter probably was in a loss against Earl Spence. What'd you say?
No, I'm saying the best version, maybe Keith fight.
Method and Man said a dog. Yeah, Sean Porter is a dog. Maidana is a dog too. I think Maidana's more of a dog than Porter is, to be honest. You know, a lot of people thought Porter lost to Ugas too, so can't forget about that. Yeah, the best version of Sean Porter might have been the one that fought against Earl Spence and he lost. You know, he was a man possessed in that fight. Sean Porter was so much of a dog in that fight. Man, you was gonna have to kill Sean Porter that night. He got knocked down and kept coming. You know what I mean? When Earl Spence dropped him, that motherfucker got back up. Man, that nigga look crazy. I think that's why Earl Spence ain't want nothing to do with that rematch. Cause like, man, I ain't fighting this crazy ass nigga again. You know what I mean? Sean Porter, like, he looked like a man possessed in that fight against Earl Spence, bro. Like, you was gonna have to kill him in that fight.
You think
Sean Porter, he showed a lot of dog. Go ahead.
You think we might get feedback. Porter and a Keith too.
Keefy. D-Hod just said, I don't know on that one. So you don't know. All right, a fantasy fight, 24 Yeezy, Shane Mosley, Roberto Duran. Oh, I got Roberto Duran, man. That's easy. I got Roberto Duran. Possibly stopping Shane Mosley. Roberto Duran would have beat the shit out of Shane Mosley, man. Because Shane Mosley was a brawler. See, the thing with Shane Mosley, he had speed. He had some boxing skills. But Shane Mosley, he was a brawler. He will go to war with people. He liked to go toe-to-toe. It wasn't like you seen Shane Mosley go out there and outbox somebody. Most of the time, Shane Mosley will try to go toe-to-toe with you like he did against De La Hoya. Like Shane Mosley, you know, he was a brawler against Vernon Forrest. Remember, Vernon Forrest beat the shit out of Shane Mosley. It was a war. So Shane Mosley wasn't a slick boxer like that. Now, if you want to go toe-to-toe
with
Roberto Duran, the hands of stone, I got to go Roberto Duran, man. Roberto Duran beat Sugar Ray Leonard. Roberto Duran was a lightweight. He jumped up 2 weight classes with no tune-up fights and beat Sugar Ray Leonard. So I'm going to go Roberto Duran. I like Mosley, but I got Roberto Duran in that one. I think Roberto Duran could have stopped him. He said the Thurman Porter. Oh, that Thurman Porter. Thurman was beating his ass, wasn't it? I mean, Sean Porter had his moments in that fight, but Keith Thurman buckled him like 3 times in that fight. Yeah, I think, you know what I mean? I'm not sure what was the best version of Sean Porter. What you say?
That would be a good run back.
UGC Flame said Earl Spence. He said against Earl Spence. Yeah, that Sean Porter was possessed. That Sean Porter was an animal. So, yeah, man, even though he lost that fight, Sean Porter gained a lot of respect. Some people thought Sean Porter won that fight too. But at the end of the day, Earl Spence got the win. You know what I mean? No matter what people say, Spence got the win. So you got to give him credit. You know, he said best version was when he beat Paulie. Are you talking about Sean Porter when he knocked out Paulie? But Paulie was kind of washed up. So, you know, he looked good against a Paulo Malignaggi that was kind of washed up. But I like to see what they do with a top guy, right? So for me, the best I seen from Sean Porter probably was in that fight against, Earl Spence. Earl Spence, I think when he lost, that was the best version of Sean Porter that I saw. Sean Porter was ready that time, man. 24 Geezy. The best version of Sean Porter was against Keith Thurman and Earl Spence. So 2 of his losses. So the best performance y'all seen was 2 of his losses. That's interesting. He said the Porter who lost to Thurman was dangerous. Yeah, but he was getting clipped in that fight too. Keith Thurman was tagging his ass. He said, I'm one of those people who thought Ugas won the fight. UGC Flame, Porter got clipped and said, let's go. Yeah, that was crazy. And Earl kind of backed up like, yo, this nigga crazy. For real. All right, let's see what's up. 24 Geezy. If Spence don't drop Porter, it would have been a draw, but Spence won fair and square. You got to give him credit. He got the victory. He did what he had to do. But Porter showed a lot of heart. And Porter wanted that rematch, man. Mosley had no jab. Exactly. That's a recipe for disaster against Roberto Duran. I'm going to go with Duran. Duran would have gave Mosley the Forrest treatment. Yeah, I got Roberto in that one. Exactly. 24 Geezy. See my boy Meth. See what Meth talking about. He's on one weight class. 140 didn't exist.
What about Shane Mosley and
He said 140 didn't exist at that time, huh? So he jumped up one weight class. So he jumped up from 135 to 147.
Sean Porter and Shane Mosley. Who you got?
Sean Porter or Shane Mosley? I'm gonna go with Shane Mosley in that one. I say Mosley get him. Shane Mosley would beat Sean Porter. Too fast for Sean Porter. Shane Mosley could have probably knocked him out because Mosley did have power, especially a young Shane Mosley. 24 Geezy, Roberto Duran is Floyd Mayweather's top 3 fighters. Yeah, Roberto Duran was a living legend. The hands of stone, Roberto Duran, man. Shout out to Roberto Duran. He was a warrior. Floyd is a diet version of Duran. Mikey versus Lomachenko. Take over the panel real quick, JFL. I got to do something. Mikey versus Loma. Take over real quick, Jay.
Mikey and Lomachenko. Man, that's a draw. I got a draw in that one. Shocking. And Mikey gonna last to 12. And moments gonna be moments for both. And I see a draw in that one. Shane Mosley would have knocked out Sean Porter, and the old version of Shane Mosley almost dropped Porter in sparring. 24 Geezy. 24. Say Lomachenko. I mean, I hope you weigh it out, man. Mikey Garcia, he has sneaky counters and powers. He had knockout power too recently. So, are you saying at that weight though, or at any weight? Lomachenko. Okay, going down to see Lomachenko. And Mikey got to do something now, bro. What's up with Mikey, bro? Trying to return to the ring, Mikey Garcia. Bruh. I don't think Mikey ducks no one, bruh. Well, let me take that back. Because he do duck certain of... I know who Mikey Garcia officially ducked, but when it comes to time frame with Mikey and certain opponents, I mean, you want to call it that? Mikey Garcia duck Lomo. Remind yourself where was Mikey current and Lomo current at that situation like? You know what I mean? That's an interesting. Yeah, Mikey Garcia. I know who he officially ducked. You know, didn't know that though. Mikey Garcia. And who next up for Mikey, bruh? Could it be? Ugas? Nah, I don't know about it. I don't know about Keith and Ugas sounds about right about now. But Mikey and DSG sound right about now too. What's up with the chat smoke? You gotta keep it going, bro. I can read off the chat smoke till H Money get back. He said Mikey going to fight Vargas in the rematch. I don't know about that though, but good luck with that though. Hey, it could be Boots, bruh. Boots and Mikey Garcia. Then he want Regis next. So what we saying? Now Regis got Adrian Broner problems. Mikey is done. Mikey Garcia not done, bruh. He still got smoke to give. He can actually go down and cause an uproar there, and remind them what it is there. But I need Mikey Garcia to stay where he at 147 and continue to give it smoke there. Win, lose, or draw, and then work his way back down where it's already getting, it's heating up. So you dare to be great. Now go through that list at 147, Mikey Garcia. Yeah, I mean, you're there now, so free smoke. Because he going, to go to 135, 140, back to back like that. I mean, that's cool. It's still free smoke to do so. And but Mikey, I don't think he's done. Mikey Garcia can have like if you go about it the right way, he can have like a box rep similar to a Canelo. He needs 10 more fights. 10 more fights for Mikey Garcia. And you saying he's done? Okay. I see 10 more fights for Mikey Garcia. No, see, the 10 more could be 5 at 147 and 5 at 140. Or he can go down to 135 again. Depends how Mikey Garcia moves, though. You know what I mean? I do it just like that. 5, 5, maybe 2 more, and win, lose, or draw. That's still free smoke. As long as he signs still and deliver, he's in a win-win situation. And a bigger draw. He should be back in the ring like ASAP. Okay, he says best weight. He in a win-win situation, bro. And Mikey is food now. Mikey got a few more names he can get wins on, and his other opponents. I see a for sure L, but even in the L, it's still a win for Mikey Garcia. But I know he can get 5 more wins though. You know what I mean? Bruh. Shit, Mikey made 7 mil. Shit. That's what's up though. You know what I mean? You gotta pay what he weight. Mikey Garcia and Bud Crawford.
I'm back, bro. What's good? JFL.
That could be a common opponent with Spence, and maybe do it better than Spence, and get that Errol Spence and Bud Crawford talks and back on the table. H Money.
What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's popping? Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Hit the like button in the dig. We in here. Major Key Boxing. I see you, Major Key Boxing. What's good? What's good, man? So I can't wait for the fights tomorrow, man. You know, I can't wait to watch my boy Shakur Stevenson do his thing. Young Shakur Stevenson ready to do his thing, man. You feel me? Let's go. JFL heads, man. 5,003. Slugger Sam.
H Money. We undefeated. Hey, but real quick though, I gotta jump off. Anybody else want to jump on? And he says Bellator right now, right?
Hell yeah, Bellator jumping off right now. You know, we getting ready for the main card.
He back to back with it. Okay.
You know what I mean?
He back to
Let's
back
get
with
into it. Ain't nothing to it but to do with JFL heads. You know, he on these Danny Garcia heads. You feel me? JFL heads. He's on these Danny Garcia heads. When the next track gonna drop, man? When you gonna drop another record?
I was gonna ask you the same thing.
I already got my songs. I just gotta release them. I got my songs. I just gotta release them though.
Yeah, we need we need that official with the official it's Haney time track. Hit me.
Mm-hmm. Facts though, little bruh. Facts though, little bruh. You hear me?
Facts though.
Everybody hit the like button.
Shout out to the chat smoke and yeah, I gotta run to the you know what I mean to the
free smoke. You dig? Hey man, come through, man. Handle your business, man. Come through. Fuck with your boy. You heard me?
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. You already know. 10 toes down. H Money Box.
On God. Shout out to my boy JFL Heads, man. Subscribe to his channel. Shout out to my dog Ignorant Boxing. D Hodges, where you at? Pull up on me, D Hodges. Where you at, fam? D Hodges in this motherfucker. You heard me? He said it'll never happen. He said Mikey been running from Buzz since I don't know when. Okay, there go Ignorant Boxing. Shout out to Ignorant Boxing. Slugger, where you at, Slugger? Pull down on me. He said, H Money, what did you think of Clarissa Shields yesterday, man? It was a very tough fight, to be honest with you, Slugger Sam. She could have lost that fight. She needed a knockout to win. So, you know, I want to tip my hat off to Clarissa Shields. She got the victory, but it was a very tough fight. I felt like they matched her up with a tough opponent. She could have lost that fight. She lost the first 2 rounds. She needed a knockout to win, and she got the knockout. She showed tremendous heart, and she just shows that she's a great warrior. So much respect to Clarissa Shields. D Hodges.
Yo, my brother.
Hodges. My brother D Hodges, what's good?
How you doing, sir?
Man, I'm good, D Hodges, man. It's always good to talk to you. It's always good to hear from you. We live. You watching the Bellator on Showtime, my brother?
It's on Showtime. I went to go look. I didn't see it.
Oh yeah, the prelims was on. The prelims started off on YouTube, right? They put the prelims on YouTube.
What time did the one come on Showtime?
Right now, I think in 14 minutes, brother. In 14 minutes,
I can watch. I can watch. I got Showtime, so I can watch. I watched that one.
Hey, so D Hodges, do you like Bellator being on Showtime better, or do you like it when it was on the Zone? Which one was better for you?
You already know my answer.
It'll be Showtime, right? Because it's easier for you to watch. Is that correct?
Free.
Free, exactly. Okay.
If the Zone was free, I'd definitely pick the Zone, but I gotta watch it where I can afford it. And right now, free. If it ain't free, it ain't for me.
Yo,
but I still love it though. Yes, sir.
Hey, I want everybody to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, D Hodges. Now I want to ask you about your health. How have you been feeling lately? Have you recovered from what you went through?
I am. I'm feeling fine. I am drinking a beer right now, eating tacos. Oh yeah.
Tacos. What kind of tacos?
Regular tacos, hamburger, lettuce, cheese.
You eating good, ain't it, D Hodges?
But I can't eat them hard tacos because they stab the roof of my mouth. So I'm an old man. I eat soft tacos.
Absolutely.
Because because they're so good, I start eating them and then I bite the wrong way, and it's like a Dorito stabbing you in the top of your mouth. The top part, that shit kind of hurts a little bit. So I'm an old person. I'm old, but other than that, shit, I'm all right, man. I'm feeling healthy, feeling good, got a good bill of health, and yeah. So the doctor said there was nothing wrong with me. They did all my vitals, they did all my checks, and They said I'm fine.
Slugger
They
Sam
just
laughing. He said that ain't no tacos, and he said you eating. He said you eating them white folks Taco Bells.
nah. I'll show you. I don't mind. I'll show you. I'm
Unique
ready.
Dawn, the queen. Unique Dawn said D Hodges salute king.
I don't know how they show them. See, homemade.
Oh, they go to ground beef right there. Ground beef.
That's homemade. I don't. Taco Bells. They don't give you enough meat. I like homemade tacos because I can make them as big as I want to. Taco Bell, they are so skimpy on the meat. You be like, damn, where the meat at though? You have to dig through the taco for the meat. But yeah, but I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna front. I use the Otego taco kit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna make it sit up here and make it look like I cooked it from scratch. All I did was brown the hamburger and add the stuff to it. You know, some niggas will be up here lying like, yeah, you know, made it from scratch. Nah, nigga, this is the good old El Paso taco kit. I ain't
For sure. Everybody hit the like button. We getting ready for Bellator 260. Douglas Lima versus Amosov is going down. When I'm around, it's H Money. You know how I get down. What's good? So, D Hodges, man, what's your thoughts recently? Bob Arum came out yesterday and said that Teofimo Lopez will not be fighting Devin Haney next. No matter what Teofimo Lopez says, he won't be fighting Devin Haney. What do you have to say about that? That Bob Arum said he's the boss and he called the shots. What do you have to say about that, D Hodges? Huh? You must be eating. I can't hear you.
Oh no, I'm about to see what she said. You said showtime,
Yeah,
right?
showtime. You still got about like 10
Showtime.
minutes. Yeah, you got 10 minutes left before the main card. You know what I mean? Everybody hit the like button. What's good? What's good? Okay, we got Unique Dawn in the building. The queen. Shout out to the queen, Unique Dawn. She said H Money, the people's choice. Facts,
How you
though.
doing, my queen? Miss Dawn. How you
Oh,
doing?
G-Ball. Hey, what you say, D Hodges?
No, I was telling Miss Dawn, hi, my beautiful queen.
Yeah, shout out to the queen, Unique Dawn. Much love and respect to you. G-Ball said, I told you it wasn't going to happen next. Yeah. You know, so no matter what Teofimo Lopez been saying, because he been doing a lot of capping, right? He's saying, I'm coming after Devin Haney next. I want Devin Haney next. But your boss, you got a boss. Teofimo Lopez, you got a pimp. Yo pimp, Bob Arum said, the fight ain't going to happen, buddy. You know what I mean? So stop capping to the people like you really won't smoke when your boss saying you don't call no shots. You know what I mean? Bob Arum called the shots. You under contract, buddy. Slugger Sam with the super chat. Slugger Sam said H Money Boxing, the hardest working boxing channel I know. My brother never sleeps. He eats, breathes, and lives boxing. Facts. Shout out to Slugger Sam with the big super chat. Appreciate
Can't
that,
forget
Slugger Sam.
MMA. Gotta give him Miss MMA too, Sam. He's eat, sleep, MMA too. You can't knock out that MMA. He's boxing and MMA. I'm only boxing, but he's both. Give him shout out for his MMA too.
Appreciate that, Slugger Sam. Hey, Slugger Sam, man, I want you to link me up with Mr. Arkansas. I think D Hodges, you pretty cool with Mr. Arkansas as well, too. Ain't that right?
Yep, I'm probably banned from 100 channels, but yep, it's still my nigga though.
Oh, did he ban you or not?
I said I got probably banned. I got banned from 100 channels, but I don't care. I got you though.
Did you get banned from his channel though? Did you get banned from Mr. Arkansas channel or no?
I don't think so. No. Okay. No, I didn't get banned yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to link up with Mr. Arkansas, Brandon K. Different YouTubers that's covering mixed martial arts. Yeah, we trying to branch out. You feel me? We
There's
say
there's a whole bunch. I'm gonna write them down.
Mr. Arkansas is taking a break now from YouTube, but I'm subscribed to his channel. I seen Mr. Arkansas was live like a couple of days ago, so I've been seeing him doing his thing. You know, maybe he's not consistent with it, but I've been seeing him on YouTube recently though. Okay, Slugger Sam said no. Arkansas never banned Hodges. Everyone likes Hodges on there. Okay, so yeah, he said you never got blocked. Hodges. Shout out to my brother. What about me? He said the WBC rules say that T.O. can challenge for Devin's belt as holder of the franchise. He has to simply notify them. Well, Bob Arum, his boss, said that ain't gonna happen, man. What about me? Bob Arum said that ain't gonna happen, bro. You got to look at that interview Bob Arum did yesterday. He said, the Devin Haney fight won't happen next. That's what Bob Arum said, bro, and he's calling the shots. Teofimo Lopez is under contract with Bob Arum, and that's what he said, bro. So I can't, I can't argue with what Bob is saying because Bob showed in the past, like, he called the shots. You seen what's going on with Terrence Crawford and Bob Arum. You see Teofimo Lopez going through a similar situation. So we just got to wait and see how this shit play out. Because right now,
what they need to do? You know what they need to do? The winner of Nakatani versus Lomo, y'all are mandatory for Devin, and the winner get Tio. On dogs, I know that's fantasy, but the winner of Loma Nakatani face Haney, and then the winner get Tio. I hope he loses to Gamboza. I know he's not, but some reason I want him to lose so bad, but I want him to lose. But if he win, wouldn't that be a dope fight?
I think he gonna knock out Cambozo.
Of course he is. I know what's gonna happen. You can always want to hope. It's not wrong with one. I hope I win mass millions every day. No, I'm not, but it's a chance I might. Nah, but I figure Nakatani versus Lomo, the winner get Haney, and then whoever win that get Teal. That'll be those are the three best people at that 135 thing. Everybody else is.
So a G-Ball said Bob probably wants to force the Lopez versus Loma too. Yeah, that's what he said. He said Teofimo Lopez versus Lomachenko on pay-per-view. That's what he said. Or he said, if not that, Teofimo Lopez could move up to 140 and fight Jose Pedraza or somebody like that. And then he could put himself in position to fight Josh Taylor. But Josh Taylor talking about moving up to fight Terrence Crawford. So it's a big mess at the end of the day, man. That's what I don't like about boxing. You know what I mean? It's like, you got to do this. You got to go do that. And it's like a whole bunch of bullshit. In UFC and Bellator, we don't have to deal with all of these politics, right? We don't have to deal with that bullshit. So at the end of the day, I know Devin Haney want that fight, but Bob, it seems like Bob is blocking the fight, man. It looks like Bob Arum blocked the fight, to be honest with y'all. Teofimo Lopez says a lot of shit, bro. What about me? Teofimo Lopez said he was going to send Devin Haney a contract. Teofimo Lopez does a lot of capping. He does a lot of capping. He said, I get it, H. It just makes a mockery of having regulations in the first place. Too many chiefs. Yeah, you're right, man. From what I'm hearing, Teofimo Lopez wants to fight Devin Haney, but his promoter, Bob Arum, don't want to make it happen right now. So it is what it is, man. So Teofimo Lopez, maybe he fights Lomachenko again.
Bob's trying to get as much money as that belt before it leaves. That's why he didn't want Lomo to fight first, because he's like, damn, if Devin get it, shit, it's out of here. At least let me go see. All right, let's go get Tio. Because he's still, a lot of promoters do that, keep the belt in the same stable. So no matter who wins, you still get whatever feed the person gets. So I really think that's why he made Lomo fight Tio instead, because no matter who wins, they get most of the belts and they're still on the top rank. That's just my opinion, That's why they avoided that.
Like, we got all these fucking politics in boxing. Like, that shit is sad, man. And mixed martial arts, UFC, Bellator, or PFL, you don't have to deal with that bullshit. ONE FC, you don't have to deal with all of this shit. All these fucking promoters, all these belts. We just want to see Devin Haney fight Teofimo Lopez, but it ain't gonna happen anytime soon, from what I'm hearing. Yesterday, I thought the fight was gonna happen. Then I heard Bob Arum come out and say, no, the fight ain't gonna happen. So we know Teofimo Lopez has a boss. And it's Bob Arum, man. And if Teofimo Lopez wants to get out that contract with Bob Arum, he gonna have to sit out for a while. Teofimo Lopez will be watching from the sidelines if he wants to buy himself out that contract with Top Rank. Remember, Mikey Garcia, he sat out for a very long time dealing with his promoter, Bob Arum. When Mikey Garcia wanted to leave Top Rank, Mikey Garcia had to sit out. He had to sit out the ring for about a year. Remember when Andre Ward, he had a problem with his promoter, Goosen Tudor Promotions. Andre Ward, he sat out the ring for about a year and a half. He couldn't fight because of that. So that'd be a damn.
Hey, yo, I'm not going nowhere, bro. I just gotta go do something for Pop Dukes real quick. I'll be right back. I'm not going nowhere.
Okay, for sure, my brother. Well, if Teofimo Lopez, if he, got to sit out, for a couple of years because he's dealing with, issues with his promoter, Bob Arum, it's going to just hold the fight up even more. You know what I mean? So maybe the fight will be bigger in the future. I know the fight will be bigger, but people want to see it right now. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Devin Haney is only 22 years old. Teofimo Lopez is only 23 years old. The fight will happen later if it ain't going to happen next. See what my brother Jeff saying. Jeff said Mikey Garcia raising his hands at the end of every losing round against Earl Spence. He was happy that he survived, right, Jeff? Mikey Garcia was happy that he survived. That was winning the fight to him, that he won 12 rounds with the so-called boogeyman at the time. He said, I won't mind it as well. Exactly. The fight will be bigger and better in the future, but we wanted to see it next for undisputed, right? For all the belts, for the legacy, but it seems like it ain't going to happen. The time is not now. According to Bob Arum, the fight won't happen next. All right, G-Ball said Bob is bitter with Lopez beating his cash cow and Purse bidding with Triller. Yeah, he's upset with that too. Because Bob was like, Teofimo Lopez just needs to keep his mouth shut. Teofimo Lopez needs to stop talking so much. That's what Bob was saying. So Bob is feeling a certain type of way about Teofimo Lopez because Bob was pretty much telling Teofimo Lopez to shut the fuck up yesterday. So, I wonder how Teofimo Lopez is going to respond to that because Bob is telling him to shut his mouth. But, I mean, Bob put him in position. Bob, signed Teofimo Lopez. Bob believed in him. Top Rank built him up. Got him that they gave him that Lomachenko fight and made him the star that he is today. So maybe Bob is saying Teofimo Lopez should be more thankful for what he's done for him. I'm not sure, man. It's going to be interesting to see how this thing plays out. But we got 22 people in the chat. Everybody hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Now we went up to 24. Bellator 260. Douglas Lima versus Amosov is going down, man. Amosov coming off a huge victory when he beat Logan Storley. Logan Storley was one of the most decorated young fighters in Bellator, and Logan Storley ran into this fighter, Amosov, and Amosov beat him. That victory over Logan Storley has propelled Amosov to this world title matchup against Douglas Lima for all the marbles, ladies and gentlemen. So hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We in the building. It's H Money, Mr. Supreme, Mr. DAZN. Let's go. Okay, Jeff. He said, I think Fimo might beat Loma again if they fight again. I would like to see that shit. But I don't think Teofimo Lopez wants to give Lomachenko a rematch because he said Lomachenko wanted no rematch clause. So Teofimo Lopez is like, fuck Lomachenko now. I'm the champion. He didn't want to give me a rematch, so fuck him. Right? That's what he's saying. So Teofimo Lopez, he doesn't want to give Lomachenko a rematch because remember, it was a very close fight, man. Andre Ward had that fight as a draw. Some people feel like Lomachenko figured out Teofimo Lopez in the second half of the fight when Lomachenko started to walk him down, and Lomachenko was having success on the inside against Teofimo Lopez. He said, yes, good fight. He said, yes, that's a good fight. I see what my brother UGC saying. UGC Flame. Everybody subscribe to UGC Flame. What about me? Subscribe to my brother UGC Flame right now. G-Ball, subscribe to UGC Flame. Method and Madness, subscribe to the UGC right now. UGC Flame said Teofimo Lopez better shut up before his pimp Bob Arum slap the shit out of him. Hey, slap him with some baby powder, right? slapped the shit out of him. You know what I mean?
What up,
But Bob
UGC?
was
How you
upset.
doing, my brother? UGC, what up, pimp?
UGC. Shout out
Yeah,
to
but
the
no
UGC.
shit. Look at, they should know about Bob Arum. Look at how he, after everything Bud Crawford done for this motherfucker, he threw Bud under the bus. I can't even buy him Beverly Hills mansion with the money I wasted on Bud. Bud is, and I'm like, damn, this man, he done. I know he made you some type of money. Like he been winning forever. I'm pretty sure you're getting money from them titles, but Bob just threw Bud right under the bus, nigga. So I see
right
Bud.
now, hey, at this point, Bob Arum is making Teofimo Lopez look bad. Some people,
he has no loyalty. And you see, Bud did everything. Bud is a 3-time division champion and undisputed. And he still threw him under the bus. Like Bob Arum is a piece of shit. I'm sorry. I don't know the man personally, but come on, your fighters is doing all this, getting you unified, undisputed, making you look like I'll be throwing the red roses at your feet. Know what I'm saying? But he's old though, and you know, old people, when people get his age, like, because my grandparents were like that, you know. Sometime when you get really like up in the 80s and 90s, you kind of get stuck in your ways, you know. So I give him the benefit of the doubt because he's so old. That's
but
the
he got
only
a whole
reason.
team around him now, even though he's old now. But Top Rank is a big time company. Top Rank, they got you know, you got interns, you got vice presidents,
You sure
got
do.
promoters. Like he got a big team. He got matchmakers. So
You're right.
you know,
You're right. You're right,
that's
bro.
what Top Rank as a business, as a company, that's what they want for their fighter. But go ahead, Dion, just continue, and we got Shelton back up
No,
here.
but that's all I wanted to leave it. It's like, come on now. If he did Bud dirty and Bud is his best fighter and he threw him under the bus, what do you think he's gonna do to you, Theo, once you become irrelevant? He's gonna throw you under the bus too. How many? I can't think of them all. Bob Arum done been throwing niggas under the bus for years, and people and motherfuckers are still signing with him. Like, you just. But check it out.
You know why? Because Bob Arum.
Didn't he throw Ali under the bus or something like that? He threw one of the old.
Check it out.
Under the bus.
Let's look at the situation that you just talking about, D. Hodges. Let's look at Crawford, right? But Crawford was with somebody else, and then he signed with Bob, right? He signed with Bob. Bob got in the fights at 35, made him a champion, correct?
Yes, when he beat Ricky Burns, yes.
Right. He moved up to 40. Bob got him all the fights he needed to become undisputed, correct?
Yes, he became undisputed at 140. Yes, correct.
Moved up to 47, got him a title shot in his first fight, correct?
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, at the time when he re-signed with Bob, his track record with Bob was positive. Plus, he's getting the highest guarantee of anyone at the 147-pound division. Am I right or wrong? His guarantee is higher than Spence, than Sean, than Danny, than Uga, any of them do. He gets the highest guarantee. He gets 4.5 per fight, no matter who he fights. Correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And he get $1 million extra every time he take a fight and it's not Errol Spence. Correct?
Correct.
So why would he leave that situation before he got to 47? Bob promised him the fights. He didn't get him the fights. So now in October, he's doing what he's supposed to do. Bud saw what happened to Mikey Garcia, what happened to Andy Ruiz, or what happened to Floyd Mayweather. He saw what Bob does. If you try to leave Bob, Bob is going to tie your ass up in court. You're going to be sitting on the shelf losing money. You don't got money like Bob. It ain't a fighter fighting right now got money like Bob. You can't out-court Bob. So your best thing is to do what Bud is doing. Let this contract expire in October and vamoose. That's it. Hello? Y'all still there? Y'all left? They both left. Wow. Okay. In the chat, has the fight started yet? UGC Flame, has the fight started yet? Or do you know?
What's good, Method? What's good?
That's fact. That's facts, G-Ball. What's up, man?
Hey, what's
up,
up with
baby?
y'all? What's up with y'all, brothers?
What you think about what I just said, DJ?
I didn't get to hear it. Could you repeat it for me?
I said, Bob, I said Bud was with someone else, another promotional company before he signed with Bob, correct?
Who?
He was with somebody when he first came out of amateurs. He was some small promotional company.
You
Then he
said
got
Bob. You said Bob was with Bob.
I said Bud was with someone else before he signed with Bob.
Tim Bradley got him over there with Bob, right?
Right. So now, he got all the fights at 35, correct?
Yes.
He got the fights at 40 to make him undisputed, correct?
Right.
He got the title fight, his first fight at 47, correct?
Yeah.
So that means
I don't
his
mean
track
to
record
cut
was
y'all
good
off
with
for a
Bob.
minute. I don't mean to cut y'all off. I'm sorry, but
Hey,
I
what's
don't
good?
know
Hey,
crap about
Showbiz the
Bellator.
adult. Hey, look, Showbiz the adult.
Who are these
He
people?
said you're
You're
doing a great job,
brother.
brother. I just wanted to say you've made a great change, and you're only going to keep getting better and get better. Love H Money, and I subscribe, by the way. Shout out to Showbiz the adult. Showbiz.
That's big time, H. That's big time for you, bro. That's big time.
For sure. You think that's the real
Yep.
Showbiz?
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Shout out to
Of course it
Showbiz,
is.
man. Thanks for coming through, Biz. Much
Yeah,
love,
it's a-
Showbiz.
yeah. If he said brother, yeah.
But look, but what I
I
was
just got a
saying,
question
DJ,
real quick about this Bellator thing. 1 second, because I don't
Go
know
ahead.
neither one of these people's. Like, who's the good and who's the bad? I know they both are good, but the black guy or the white? I mean, no, I'm sorry, the brother or the other man? Because I don't know nothing about it. That's why I was
Has
like,
the fight
before a
started?
fight, I
Has
was.
the fight started, D. Hodges?
Yeah, they're in the ring now. That's why I'm asking you. It's a brother man versus the other man, and Lemongi, the Marquise versus Jackson. Who's the good
I have
one?
no know either one of them dudes. I have no idea. Maybe H knows them.
Oh, okay then. Yeah, because I don't know crap about Bellator. I'm still learning UFC, but I watch it though. I don't know the people's names, but when it comes on and I see it's on, I watch it. You know, I love all MMA, Bellator, UFC, UECA. I love watching fightings. I love it all, bro.
Right.
I'm just gonna go for the brother man. I'm just gonna go for the brother man.
So what I
I
was
don't
saying,
know.
man, his fucking track record was cool with Bob, correct?
Yeah.
So that's why he
Oh,
resigned. Now, once he got to 47, Bob couldn't get him the fights he needed. So he had to wait the contract out and he's getting out of there in October because you know, like I know, you ain't got money like Bob. You can't go to court with Bob. You can't fight Bob. Just let that shit ride out.
Who
Make
was
your
Bud's
money
first promoter?
and get the fuck on. Am I right or wrong, DJ?
No, you're correct. What I said is the same way. He had the fight at 135. He got the fights at 140, but then when it came to 147, PBC fighters, in my opinion, I think the team changed when another competitive fighter came up there that was capable of picking him apart. Especially with their top guys. At one point was Keith, then it was Earl. The guys I feel like they pushed that undefeated record with. Their goal was to get their biggest paydays, and then that's how I see.
facts. They want to make money before they have to take a challenge. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's I believe UGC did a video recently about fear, fighters having fear, and it was a perfect. It was a great video. It's got these modern day boxers. They don't want any resistance. They don't want the challenge. You know, I think if it's guys that they know they can beat, they're readily to take on that type of challenge.
Right.
They don't have that high prey drive, or they don't have that mentality of I want to go fight the best. You know, I want to be tested. Win, lose, or draw. You know, I want to test my might. And the saying now that's being pushed around, we saw Floyd Mayweather said, legacy doesn't feed the kids. And it's insane to me because how much money does a man need to feel like a man? Is my question. Especially those who use that money, you know. Now, yes, $5 more million does sound great. $4 more million, $10 more million. It sounds amazing, but if you already have, to me, it sounds crazy. If I'm making $500,000 a fight, coming from not having anything, it just comes off as greed, or you have bad habits that you don't know how to take care of. You're not living inside your means.
Yeah.
You know, I think fighters.
So basically, what you're saying, gone are the days of Frank the Animal Fletcher versus James Hard Rock Green. That's not gonna happen no more.
At which weight class?
At middleweight. At middleweight, you got the number 2, number 3 guy fighting each other 2-3 times. You know, that's not gonna happen no more.
No.
He said, no.
Middleweight, no. Not today. I think that's why Bob doesn't believe in rematches. You know, how it is today is weird today. It's not the same. These aren't the same fighters.
Right.
You know, we barely get fighters who do have power. I think fighters' chins have went away. You know, fighters don't have the chins that the greats had. They can take punches. Back in the day, fighters, we knew they had power. You know, we saw Ali for amazing punches. And he went the distance with a lot of them, and he beat them.
Right.
You know,
right.
And today, guys today, they can't even hold up. You know, I call it cheat. You know, not like cheating with pairs or anything. They try to cheat the system, and when you cheat the system, you always cheat. You beating yourself, in my opinion.
Now here's something for the guys who want to pump up Deontay, right? And they say he could beat them all. He could beat all the old guys. He could beat Ali. Deontay's reach is 83 inches, right?
Yeah.
Reach was 78 inches, right? Do you know what Sonny Liston's reach was?
I'm gonna say 86.
85 inches.
85.
85 inches.
Yeah. So
that kills the narrative of could Prime Ali beat Deontay Wilder? Yes, he could.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he could, because he destroyed a man with an 85-inch reach. Man had 7 inches reach on him. Destroyed him.
He knocked him out in the first round in the second fight, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he was destroying fighters.
Wilder couldn't fuck with Ali. That's for damn sure. Ali would have beat the shit out of Wilder. Wilder was a beast though. Wilder in his prime, Wilder was a motherfucker.
Okay,
now we ain't gonna take
H, I'm gonna hit you with one. You know a little bit about the old school. Deontay Wilder, Larry Holmes, who win?
Oh, Larry Holmes. Larry Holmes is the fucking truth. Larry Holmes would have beat the shit out of Wilder. Larry Holmes is the truth. He's one of the greatest ever. Yeah, he couldn't fuck with no Larry Holmes, man. Hell nah. That's
what about Ernie Shavers? What about Ernie Shavers?
Shavers. Now Shavers could have knocked out Wilder, but Wilder probably could have knocked him out too. But I would still lean towards Shavers, but Wilder got a chance in that one. But I'm gonna go with Shavers.
I think David Tua would be Wilder.
That would have been a good man.
I forgot all about David Tua.
But David Tua never been knocked out though, so he had a chin.
Yeah. Yeah. He'd have closed the distance.
You remember they were saying David Tua was the next fucking Mike Tyson at one point. That's what they thought about him.
Yeah.
What
If he'd been in
about
this era, a lot of fighters they just were born at the wrong time. You know, if he'd have came
what
up in
about what
boxing today, most electrifying fighter.
what about the Colorado boy, y'all? Ron Lyle, Deontay Wilder.
Ron Lyle was a motherfucker. That nigga, his fight with George Foreman, now that was crazy, bro.
They boxed better back then, and they had that. They were like, in my opinion, they were more like machines. When we look at fighters today, so for athletes today, they're far more superior. But back then, those guys, they were just natural strength. They were just different, and they took.
I got a question for y'all, real quick. Do y'all think boxers could still go 15 rounds? Like, if it was still 15 rounds today, do you think these new boxers could do 15? I don't think they'll make it to 15.
Well, let's say this, D. Hodges. Athletes will adapt, so they could probably go 15 rounds. Would it be the same type of 15 rounds? Now that's the question. Because see, these guys the guys we talking about was tough. We talking about dudes that are fighting on Saturday night and Monday morning got to be at their construction job. See, it wasn't no motherfucking strength and conditioning coach. It wasn't no nutritionist. The nutritionist was your wife. Hey, baby, I can't have that this week. I got a fight coming up.
Different discipline.
I'm going to work. After they leaving the fight, where you going? I gotta go to work, man. I'm late. These dudes was tough guys, man, real men. And we don't have that nowadays. We got these pampered dudes that have been pampered since the age of 13, 14 in the amateurs, getting all kind of free shit. These dudes wasn't doing that. These dudes was fighting smokers in nightclubs and fighting in motherfucking high school gymnasiums and going to work after. It's a different type of guy, man. It's a different type of man. The men today can't compare to them dudes, man. Them dudes was tough, man. It's a different type of toughness.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree.
Because shit, nowadays people be dead by the 7th or the 8th. So I imagine if they still had 6 or 7 more to go. Oh, I don't see it.
The guys we mentioned, Lyle, Shavers, Holmes, those 3 guys right there all had over 80 fights.
Yeah.
You got motherfuckers today talking about they gonna be Hall of Famers and they ain't got for 32, 33 fights, if that.
Yeah. I think that comes from that narrative. I hate this narrative that Floyd uses that he fought the most champions. And it's like, in my opinion, is everybody is not a champion. You understand what I'm saying? And if they were a champion, I think it's used in the wrong way because anybody could be a champion, especially at a later time in careers. Floyd.
Especially when you got 37 belts. Well, we got 37 belts in boxing now. I mean, 37.
Yeah, it's a lot of them. They just added another one recently. It's a lot of them.
And these guys, the guys we talking about when we came up, it was 2 belts. It was 2 belts.
And then some, and then they run as many weight classes. If you went from 135, he was going straight to 147. And then you went to 140. It wasn't as many weight classes. It was just boxing. You know, you didn't have to, like Manny Pacquiao, if he was boxing, he wouldn't have been a boxing then. He wouldn't have boxing back then. He wouldn't have been an 8 division champ. Who had to take off at least 2.
Because it wasn't that many divisions. Yeah, it wasn't that many weight classes. You're right.
Yeah, you know, it sounds good. You know, it's a statistic, but we had to take consideration back then. It just creates more champions. You know, if you add another weight class, make up 4 more belts, 3 more belts, put my belts down here. You know, it's different.
Now here's greatness for you. Here's greatness for you, for the whole panel. Sam Langford. Yeah. 5'7" tall, 75-inch arm reach. Sam Langford fought from lightweight to heavyweight. Who do you know today that can go from lightweight to heavyweight?
That's crazy. And that's what I'm saying. That's legit. What is that? 7 weight classes?
7 weight classes.
That's 7 weight. That's the crazy thing about it. That's the crazy thing about it. It's lightweight to heavyweight. You can't even picture guys. Like, I mean, use Lomachenko for a perfect example. That's featherweight to lightweight. We can't see Lomachenko even going to a 140 weight class. So back in the day, he wouldn't have been any 140. It'd have been 135, get to 147. And we know he'll get destroyed at 147.
Yes.
Because then we can look at Rigondeaux. We see his size, him at 122. Him at Rigondeaux we at 118. Stephen Fulton and Brandon Figueroa, those guys at featherweight at 122. And if we see the size difference, and Rigondeaux at 118, we just see the size difference.
Yeah. Yeah.
They built different nowadays. It's real.
When he fought Donaire, he looked like a baby, didn't he?
Yeah.
Against Donaire. And we know Donaire is tiny.
Yeah.
What the brother man got TKO'd. The other man won.
That's MMA, baby.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir.
But I told you the most ones I'm scared of are them Latinos. Oh, them Latinos, they will kick you with it. I don't watch them do cartwheel kicks. Like I never seen one guy was fighting and he really he cartwheel and kicked the guy. Like I thought I had to rewind it a few times. Like it's one of them moves that you ever seen. You're like, did this nigga just cartwheel and kick him? Somehow he did a cartwheel, but it kicked him in the face and knocked him out. Yo, I love MMA. I love it.
24 Giza. The only reason why Figueroa and Fulton probably the most I probably see them making it is at 135. They could probably end at lightweight. They wouldn't end at 140, 147 because of their size. They wouldn't have the chin or the power. Their chin wouldn't be seasoned for those type of weight classes. You know, we could look at the Figueroa latest fight against Neri at 122. You see what I'm saying? He's not going to be able to sit there and take punches from a guy like I'm trying to think of a perfect stuff. A guy like Isaac Cruz. You know, the punching probably totally different. Even those guys go up to 130 and fight Gary Russell, his power will be totally different. You know, your punches will be totally different. They're not the same fighters. Yeah, they have a very different frame. They take punches. Everybody hit the like button. Hit the like button.
Damn, man. Brother man lost, man. Damn. Got TKO though.
I was the coach today, D Hodges and DJ. None of these fighters today impressed me.
You know what also I think plays a factor?
I gotta take a call. I'm gonna call y'all back.
Yes, sir.
In my opinion today, and it's not a slight to trainers or all trainers, it's some trainers. I think there are way more trainers, well, great trainers today. You know, back then there were a lot, it was only a handful, you know, and you knew that these trainers were profound. And a lot of fighters just came out of their gym. Today there are so many trainers, and I think they've gotten away from the true sweet science of boxing, you know, and they try to put spins and twists to the sweet science, and we see it fails every time. And that's why we're able to see a guy like Floyd Money Mayweather, Pretty Boy Floyd, come in boxing and he just dominate fighters because he comes from a family that understood the sweet science and they kept it to a T. They didn't deviate from the original way of boxing. And we just see it with Floyd fight, setting his feet, jabbing, and just his instincts. So that's why when we look back at these all-time greats, we're wondering like, well, they did this, that, and the third. The most journeyman of back then, he was being taught the sweet science. He just didn't have the intangibles to hang with these guys. You know, so when we call the cab drivers and the trash man and all the other stuff, them guys, they understood the sweet science. You know, they were going into these gyms and they were up under these great teachers. You know, even when we think about what's his name? Teddy Atlas, for example. For him to have been around Cuz D'Amato and Mike Tyson, you see what I'm saying, the knowledge that he has. Many people may not agree with his opinion because we all are biased at times, but he has the knowledge of boxing. You know, and we can see it in certain fighters today. They've been studying the game. They've been studying the great trainers, you know. There's many trainers out here today that try to deviate from boxing and put spins and twists to the sweet science. And that's why we see these guys today getting tired, just doing adding crazy stuff to get away from how to really box. You have to run. You have to put the hours in. I believe I heard a video of a day, and it was about the mittens, hitting the mitts. You know, hitting the mitts wasn't always a thing. You know, it wasn't always a thing. A lot of boxers, they said they were just sparring. You just had to spar. You had to get in that ring and learn how to box. Yeah, but hey, everything isn't about knocking out. If you understand, Ali proved that. You know, Sugar Ray Robinson, Sugar Ray Leonard. It's not always about knocking out. It's understanding the sweet science. It's you got to win. You see what I'm saying? It's overcoming adversity. You know, if you can't get that knockout, you have to be able to box. You have to not get trapped. It's more than just getting a knockout. You know, that's embarrassing if the other guy I'm fighting is a knockout artist and he can't knock me out, but I'm touching him at all the time I want, and he's supposed to be a killer. That's not a killer. You see what I'm saying? The killer, he gonna make sure he gets you out of there. Killers, they get the job done. Floyd was more of a killer than a damn Shane Mosley because he couldn't finish the job. Floyd finished the job effectively. That's a killer. After that fight, Mosley was damn near done. You know, then we seen the other guys, you know, they tested their hand against them. You know, the guys Floyd fought, you know, he was a killer against them. Even against Manny Pacquiao. Many people disagree. The Oscar De La Hoya, the Maidons, Floyd was a killer. He broke him down, got him out of there, got the win. Have that killer instinct. Got know when to close a fight. Even sometimes it's not the knockout, but beat the hell out of the guy.
So just waiting for the next fight. Brother man lost, so let's go see the next person. Pico, some guy named something Pico versus. I just telling y'all because y'all know more than I do. His name is something Pico. I don't.
What weight class? What weight class?
I'm in Boston. If you're talking about where I live at.
I said, what weight class are they fighting? What weight class are they fighting at?
Oh, I don't know. I'll tell you as soon as they come out. I'll tell you. They didn't show it yet. I'll tell you as soon as they come out.
And this the main card?
Yep. It's on Showtime. Regular old Showtime. Told you, if it ain't free, it ain't for me. Oh, because I was watching the Philly versus Atlanta game, but it's like Philly's kind of stomping them by like 19 already. So it's like, and it's the third quarter, 1 minute left, being stomped by 19. So it's like when you start to see games like that, you at least you turn it away for a
What's
minute.
good? What's good? Where y'all at?
No, I was telling them about how Philadelphia, they stomping Miami by almost 20.
Who, Philly?
19 points. Yeah, they're stomping Philly, and it's one.
Who you talking about? Atlanta. Atlanta Hawks, you talking about?
Yeah, they're getting stomped. Philly stomping them 92 to 73, and it's a minute and 2 left in the third quarter. Mm-hmm. That's crazy. I want Atlanta to win. I like Atlanta.
Do you like Trae Young? You like that dude, Trae Young?
He's all right. I don't
Young
like. We never liked the 76ers.
Hey, Trae Young think he Curry, don't it?
Dude, I'm a Celtics. I can't cheer for 76ers. Dude, if I walk around Philadelphia with a Boston hat on, a Celtics hat. If somebody with a 76ers hat, well, you already know Boston Celtics and the 76ers. We've been arch enemies ever since 1960.
Yeah, you
Am I lying,
remember
bro?
Dr. J and Larry Bird and got into that fight? You remember Dr. J and Larry Bird was throwing hands and shit?
Throwing hands. And we never liked each other ever since. No, we never liked Philadelphia. Philadelphia, we don't like the Eagles because, well, they don't like us because we beat them in the Super Bowl, so they're still kind of tight with us, but we don't like the Eagles. The Bruins don't like the Philadelphia Flyers. Like, we don't, the Red Sox don't like the Phillies or whatever, Philadelphia Phillies. We don't like Philadelphia, and they don't like us. That's the only three. Boston, we get along with everybody else, but LA, New York, and Philadelphia, we don't get along in no sport. Everybody else, we love and embrace, but yeah. And it's all because, see, you know why? Because we all in the same division. Same, like, you know, we're all in the same conference thing. So you know what I mean? So that's why, like, we don't like each other because we have to play and see each other so much. That's why, you know, New York, Philly, and Boston, they definitely don't like each other. Nobody, but we all three of us hate LA. I guess everybody hates LA, I think. I don't, but the city do. Everybody hates. I think the whole country hates LA. They hate the Lakers. They hate the Warriors. You know, they hate the LA Rams when they won. They hate the 49ers. They hate the Raiders. Oh yeah. LA been winning. They don't want. They hate the what is it with Wayne Gretzky, the hockey team, the Kings. Yeah, so everybody hates LA.
Baltimore Orioles, man. Baltimore Orioles. We don't count the Wizards. Wizards do not count.
Enjoying myself there. Enjoying myself. Having a ball. Drinking my beer. Phoenix and Denver next. Who do y'all picking? Phoenix and Denver?
Phoenix gonna get them out of there.
Yeah, I got Chris only because they got Chris Paul.
Chris Paul? Oh no. I think they'll win the championship if they had somebody other than Chris Paul.
Yeah, Chris Paul's doing swell. Chris Paul is doing very, very excellent. Averaging almost a triple-double a game. Yeah,
you think
Chris
they can get to the finals?
Yeah, he's doing good. It's 2-0. They about to play Denver today. Then it's gonna be 3-0 or something like that. Then send them home. But now it's gonna be
LA all day. Come on, man. Can we get some love, man? You know that's my hometown, LA, man. Come on, man. Lakers, you know what I mean? Clippers, man. Give us some love.
What's to be happy about? They're sitting at home with my Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck to be happy about? I can't be happy.
Beat the Suns. Come on, man. I can't believe they lost to the Phoenix Suns, bro.
It's not that bad. We lost to the Brooklyn Nets. We lost to the number one team. So it's
I'm from LA and I hate the Lakers too. I'm gonna be honest. I fucking hate the Lakers and I'm from LA.
Of course, there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong.
I remember when the Celtics and the Lakers played in the finals. Nigga, I'm going for the Celtics, nigga, in LA. I remember Lakers beat the Celtics in Game 7. I kind of thought that series was fixed. I thought that Game 7 was fixed. But anyway, It was
I
like,
know you had to. I know you had to be in a party of different of your house cheering. If you was in LA, I know you had to go in the bathroom.
Watching that game at a clinic. I was at the weed clinic. I was at a weed clinic, and I'm
about to say because I know
watching the game. I was at a weed clinic watching that game 7, and the Lakers came back and won. I thought it was fixed. That shit was crazy, man. The NBA is like the most fixed sport in the world, anyway. That shit is so fixed.
They all are. They all are, and they're all
okay. Hey, D Hodges.
What question
D Hodges, UGC Flame said, "Tell D Hodges I'm a LA nigga. LOL."
There's nothing wrong with
UGC. Say he from LA. D Hodges.
It's nothing wrong. I just said I love LA. I just don't like their teams. It's not like I hate LA people. I love the people of LA. I love the movie stars. I love people. I just
that rivalry though. Boston versus LA rivalry. Celtics versus Lakers rivalry.
And the Kings versus the Bruins, dog. Wayne Gretzky versus us. He used to come over here and kill us in the Stanley Cup. The great one, Wayne Gretzky, LA Kings used to clap us, and then the Dodgers, they used to come over and beat us. Then, like, you know, I mean, we was a losing town for a small minute. You know what I mean? So,
hey, D Hodges, Mad Chad said, Devin Booker, he's a bad man. Devin Booker from the Phoenix Suns. Yeah, that boy cold, man. Devin Booker, the truth. He's shooting that motherfucker, man. Hey, who y'all think is better, Devin Booker or Luka Doncic? Who y'all think is better, Luka Doncic or Devin Booker?
Devin.
I'm going to go with Luka Doncic, man. Luka a motherfucker.
Yeah, man. Just because he can shoot way better, he can do it.
Devin Booker shooting that motherfucker too, though, man. Devin Booker,
you know who's the best one? In my opinion, but Donovan Mitchell is way better than both of them.
Donovan Mitchell for the Utah Jazz, huh?
That dude does everything, dog.
He play defense too. You're right. That motherfucker do play defense.
That nigga's
he's nice.
out of the young boys.
He play with a chip on his shoulder too. That's what I like about Donovan Mitchell. He's very aggressive. He takes basketball very
serious. But out of all players, my favorite player always been Westbrook. I don't know.
How do y'all Westbrook?
I don't know. Westbrook's like my favorite player just because the dude is everywhere and he does everything. That's crazy when you're leading your team in assists, rebounds, and scoring. It's like you are the team. You are the team.
I ain't seen Westbrook. I think this Westbrook is he? How old is Westbrook? 30 something.
Yeah, Westbrook about 32, 33 now. He averaged a triple-double again this year. So he averaged a triple-double for 4 seasons. That's crazy. 4 years he averaged triple-double.
I think he's overrated.
You think he's overrated?
Yeah, I saw James Harden come in the playoffs with Oklahoma and Miami that year. James Harden looked more impressive that year than Russell.
Oh, no, Harden's the man. Oh, believe me. Oh, I love James Harden. That's my dude. It's just I like Westbrook just a little bit more. Because Russell Westbrook, he bangs on you horribly. Like James Harden, he bangs too, but it's mostly opens, or he mostly does. Westbrook come up and straight post to you. He got so many posters out there, and he's so little. He's mad small, and he does all that. Like, I'd be amazed at all the things his little self could do. You know what I mean? I'm James Harden. The reason why he's the other half, because he got the best step back I ever seen in my whole life. Ain't nobody in NBA history got a step back like that. That dude's step back is just so serious from the 3. Dude, he'll stop, step back 3. Stop, step back 3. Like that step back is yo. So I gotta put it a tie though. Real talk, I gotta call it a tie though, because they both are walking triple doubles. So I call it a tie though. But I like Westbrook a little bit better. But I say it's a tie because that Harden step back, dog. That motherfucker be beautiful when he do it though.
Yeah, I think Russ, he just always blow his chances. He had James Harden, he had Paul George. He done had some. He done had some
Kevin
teammates.
Durant. Shit, Kevin Durant, that motherfucker had everybody. James Harden again in Houston. He had a Carmelo Anthony. You know what I mean? Serge Ibaka.
But bro,
The dude had all the best teammates you can think of. But
remember when the Lakers?
at this point,
Remember
I'm thinking
the
that at this
You
point,
can have
y'all,
too
I'm
many
thinking that
stars.
Russell
have too many
Westbrook
stars.
he's playing to average a triple double. I don't think he's playing to win.
You got
I
too
think
many
for him
stars.
winning, I think for Russell Westbrook to win is like he got to have a triple double. You know, I think he would rather have a triple double than actually win a basketball game. That's what I think.
How many teams have won that got 5 or got your whole starting 5 as an all-star team? That shit never works out. LA tried it. Who else tried it? There's a bunch of other teams that got them 5 starters. You put 5 starters on one team, that shit's not gonna work. I don't because
Paul George not a bum. He's not a bum. He just I don't know what the hell he on, yo.
I'm just saying 5 starters. Remember LA did it? A bunch of teams did it. 5 starters. Everybody want the ball. When you got them, how many super teams won?
He got injured that year when he was with Westbrook. Was defensive player. He was going to get one of those awards. Got injured and that was it. You know, he not no bum. He not a bum by far. It
was only Westbrook, Durant, and Harden. It was only 3 people.
Yeah, but Westbrook doesn't play winning basketball. That's all it is. Does those triple doubles? You gotta
play winning basketball because you're getting assists. When you get assists, you're taking it because you're taking a chance.
Will he ever win a championship? That's
I'm just saying, bro. Listen, I be
saying.
trying to break people down what the assist is. I pass you the ball, and it's up to you to make the basket. If you miss the basket, it's not my assist. If you take an extra step after you catch the ball, it's not an assist. I know. Assists are mad hard to get, though. Real talk. See, people think it's so easy because they make it look easy, and this is just from playing NBA 2K21. It's hard to get the assists, though. Saying you gotta hope the person make the shot.
All right, I want to give a special shout out to Lisa Bells, the first lady, Queen Lisa in the building. Much love to Lisa Bells. Okay,
salute, Queen.
What'd you say, D. Hodges?
I said salute to my queen. That's my baby right there.
Yeah, shout out to Lisa Bells. We love you, Lisa. Slime Dog. Lisa gave a shout out to Slime Dog. Slimy. Slime Dog 24 Geezy was good. UGC Flame with the special shout out to Lisa Bells. Lisa Bells is much loved and respected by everybody in the YTBC. It's a pleasure and an honor to have Lisa Bells on the platform. We love to have Lisa Bells on the platform right here. Much love and respect to the queen. So we got Aaron Pico right now fighting. You watching the Bellator card, D. Hodges? Aaron Pico at one point was considered to be one of the best prospects in mixed martial arts, but he took a couple of losses, but he's still a very talented fighter. They was building him up as if he was going to be the next Conor McGregor, as if he was going to be the next big thing in Bellator, but he started taking losses. Let's see, can he bounce back and get back on the winning track? Round number 2, Aaron Pico versus Lee. Aaron Pico is a knockout artist. He's a great striker. Let's see, can Pico get the knockout? Right hand lead by Pico. Almost landed. He just missed it. Lee with a quick flurry. Pico going for the takedown. Pico slams him to the ground. Big takedown by Aaron Pico right there. Are you watching the fights, D. Hodges? Okay, what about me? Said Aaron Pico winning a good fight. Pico just slammed him. Great takedown by Aaron Pico. Now he's looking for the elbows. He's looking for the ground and pound. Clarissa Shields, she showed some good ground and pound yesterday. With Clarissa Shields, when she started going to the ground and pound, Clarissa Shields looked like a monster yesterday. Okay, Aaron Pico using the elbows. Big elbow by Aaron Pico. Aaron Pico with another forearm to the face. Aaron Pico showing off the ground and pound. I want to see Pico go to the body. Elbow again by Aaron Pico. Beautiful shots by Aaron Pico right there. Beautiful ground and pound. He's taking his time. Another elbow by Aaron Pico. He's on top of Lee. Lee is in trouble. Aaron Pico, he's ranked number 6 in his weight class. Let's see, can Pico finally get it together? He's a very talented fighter. Let's see, he can get the victory. He needs it. This is a must-win victory right now. Must win for Aaron Pico at this stage in his career. Big elbow by Pico. It looked like he opened up a cut on Lee. Lee looked like he got a cut over his left eye. Pico looking for a choke. Let's see, can he get the guillotine in? It's all Pico so far. I'm excited to see Aaron Pico get this victory. Hard left hook to the body by Aaron Pico. They back on their feet. Lee throws a left hook. Pico takes him back down, slams him to the ground. Beautiful takedown by Aaron Pico. Aaron Pico, like I said, man, at one point, he was considered the best prospect in mixed martial arts, but he started taking losses. He lost a couple of fights, and now it's time to see, can he bounce back? Can he become a champion like people thought he would? Can he do it? Okay, Jeff said he was impressed by Clarissa Shields. She showed tremendous heart, Jeff. She showed tremendous heart in that one. She kept fighting, and I got to give her respect. Okay. JC said facts, H. Pico took L's. Yeah, he took his losses. Oh, Pico going for a chokehold is deep. Pico got him. Oh, Pico's trying to suffocate him. Oh, he's about to tap. He's about to pass out. Oh, my goodness. Beautiful chokehold by Aaron Pico. Lee is in trouble. Will Lee tap out? Oh, P. Oh, God. Pico. Dang. Up kick by Lee. Lee is bleeding all over his face, man. Pico's beating the shit out of him right now. Pico is beating his motherfucking ass. Pico beating his ass. Wow. This is incredible right here. Pico looking for a chokehold. Pico got him back on the ground. Pico got him by his back. Now, Pico trying to get those hooks in and trying to look for a rear naked choke. But Lee is rolling around using his Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He's rolling on the ground. Pico got him. Pico back on top. Pico with a hard elbow. Pico busted his face open with those elbows, man. I love those elbows, man. You know what I mean? You could do a lot of damage to somebody with an elbow. You know what I mean? Or with a knee, with the flying knee, you know? But big elbows by Aaron Pico, man. Big time elbows right there. Sly, what's good, my brother? What you think about the fight?
Man, it's getting crazy. Sorry I had to dip early. I had to take my kids home.
It's all good, bro. How's my audio? You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you good.
For sure. Are you watching the fight? What do you think about it?
Aaron, man, I think he's finally learning to cover his chin when he's throwing.
Exactly.
I ain't hating on him. Aaron's a knockout artist. He's got power. He just gets reckless though sometimes. He's like Gervonta Davis with less defense.
Hey, right now Pico looking very strong. They gave him a good matchup right here, you know, so he can build his way back up in the rankings. And I like what I see from Aaron Pico right now. You know, he's always had the talent, my brother. He's always been one of the most talented fighters. But now let's see, can he, you know, make those adjustments like you said? His chin, his problem been his chin. Now, can he, you know, learn how to defend himself? Can he improve his head movement and his defense? But right now, that's what I've been seeing. So I'm impressed by Aaron Pico so far after 2 rounds.
Yeah, you got to give it up to him too, because he was absent like the beginning of his career. I mean, he was thrown to the wolves. He's training with Sam Calavita though, and TJ Dillashaw, and he does a little bit of work with Team Elevation too. He's a tough kid. He's had some, you know, some losses and stuff, but you know, it's in MMA. If you really want to make money, you gotta be entertaining. You gotta put people to sleep, and I think that's what he's trying to do. And he's doing well. He's just, you know, live and learn. You win or you learn.
Absolutely. Round number 3, Aaron Pico versus Lee. Let's see, can Aaron Pico get this knockout? Can he get the victory? You know, he's been winning the whole fight, but he gotta finish strong, because Lee is coming for the knockout. Lee knows he needs a knockout to win. Lee fires a quick 1-2, missed it. Aaron Pico looks very strong. Hard body shots by Pico, and Pico takes him down again. Oh, Pico looking for a stoppage right here. Pico with a hard right hand. Combinations, Pico putting his punches together. Lee is rolling around. Wow. Pico, very strong, bro.
He's a hell of a – he's a great finisher, too. When he's got you hurt, he goes for it.
Absolutely. And right now, Pico got him hurt. Lee got some good Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Lee looking for the up kicks, but Pico is controlling the fight so far. Pico got him down on the ground again. And Pico got his, Pico's dominating. Pico with the ground and pound. Lee is busted open. And it's all Pico right here.
Damn. He's leaking.
He's leaking.
Man. Damn.
Hard shots. Hard shots by Aaron Pico. Pico mauling him. Hard body shots by Pico. Going right to the rib cage. Beautiful shots. Oh, man, he's ready to go. It looked like he's ready to go.
Yeah, he might be too tough. Lee might be too tough for his own good.
Wow, hard knee to the body by Pico. Oh, now he got a choke in. What kind of choke is that, bro? It looked like it's tight. Oh, it looked like it's tight.
Looks like Darce.
Oh, that's a Darce. Oh, wow. Oh, he taps. It's over. Pico wins by submission.
Yep.
Beautiful performance.
That blood helps out a lot too, because it allows there's a little bit less friction. So it's able to get tighter, especially on a Darce.
Wow. Neil, my boy Neil in the building. What's good, Neil? He said Pico stops him. Yep, he just won. Submission. So D Hodges said choked him out, anaconda. Is that what
same thing? Yeah. It's an anaconda choke too. It's kind of the same thing, a little bit different.
Oh, okay. But you call that a Darce though?
Yeah, Darce. It just depends. Like there's like subtle differences between a Darce and an.
For sure, I think
same. It's kind of the same principle.
Oh, okay. I think Aaron Pico is actually from Los Angeles, California, just like myself. So shout out to Aaron Pico. Got it done, man. Congratulations. Beautiful performance by Pico, man. He needed this victory and he got it. Yeah. So I'm happy for Aaron Pico.
Yeah, he's a tough kid, man. That Lee guy, he'll come back better from this too. He's just a little too tough. He's a little more. He's more tough than he is skilled, unfortunately.
But
he'll get better though.
He fought hard. You got to give him credit. He went 3 rounds. He never quit. He gave 100%. So shout outs to Lee. He earned my respect. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. He never gave up. Like he didn't even panic when he got cut. He just took the shots. Like let's keep going.
Absolutely. So Aaron Pico wins by 3rd round submission. Congratulations to Aaron Pico. So, brother, are you excited about tomorrow night's fights? You got, of course, Israel Adesanya returning back to the octagon. Adesanya, and also on the undercard, I believe you got Leon Edwards versus Diaz. Are you excited about that card?
Oh man, I can't wait. There's so many good fights this weekend, and there's I think Charlo's fighting this weekend too, ain't he?
Yeah, Charlo gonna fight on June 19th. That's the next 19th. Saturday. Okay, the same day as Teofimo Lopez.
Oh shit! Okay, I forgot about that.
And Jaime Munguia fighting that same day. You got like 4 fights. You got Jaime Munguia fighting. You got Charlo fighting Teofimo Lopez, and you got Inoue fighting as well.
We got tomorrow night though. This UFC tomorrow is fucking stacked from the bottom to the top. The undercard stacked. There's the fight of the year last year. Well, it got 2nd place. 1st place was Zhang Wei Li versus Joanna Jędrzejczyk. But this fight was the runner-up at the end of the year. Brandon Moreno versus Davidson Figueiredo. I can't even say the name. But they're fighting tomorrow night. People got to understand that Davison supposedly in the last fight, he had gotten COVID for the first matchup, so they canceled the fight. And then he was supposed to fight another guy, and Figueiredo took the fight. Moreno took the fight on 2 weeks' notice, and they beat the dog shit out of each other. It was a hell of a fight. So you got that. You got Diaz fighting somebody who I think is just being totally overlooked for all the wrong reasons. But why the hell is his name slipping my mind? Just built it up and shot it down. Leon Edwards, I'm sorry. Leon Rocky Edwards. His last fight, he's honestly, man, he's skilled as hell. He's just had some bad luck. You know, he's the only dude that stepped up to fight Kazimierz Chimaev when everybody else was, oh, I'm injured, oh, I'm sick. And he was willing to risk his spot to fight him. I mean, in MMA, you make money based on what your ranking is. And he was ready to drop his number 2 ranking to fight a guy who wasn't even in the top 15. So you got to give it up to Leon. He's fighting Nate Diaz. I love Nate Diaz. He's fun to watch, but in my opinion, he's just a little punchy, a little out of his element. I don't think he looked great against George Masvidal, and I think Leon Edwards is better than George Masvidal. So we'll see what happens. And of course, Israel and Faturi, they were just going crazy. Unbelievable. Why?
Absolutely. So Davidson Figueiredo, he's a beast. I love Davidson Figueiredo, what he brings to the table.
Dude,
he's a
he is
monster.
destroying everybody. Like, he's just making it look easy.
Absolutely, man. Shout out to the one and only Tap Out King. You know, Slide Tendencies. I want to introduce you to the guru himself, the one and only Tap Out King in the building. You know, he is the MMA analyst. He is the expert. Tap Out King, man. Slide Tendencies and Tap Out King. Let's get it.
Yeah, no, what's going on, brother?
Going in tonight, man. It's going to be good. We got so many good fights coming up. This is insane.
Hey, Slide Tendencies, I want to introduce you to my younger brother, Tap Out King. He is the MMA expert on the channel. Tap Out King. Holla at him.
Oh, yeah, man. What's good, man?
What's going on? You know, getting ready for the co-main event. You got Paul Daly, Jason Jackson. Good fight. You know,
Simtex.
Who you think is going to take this one, you know?
Man, I don't know. You know what, man? You can't sleep on Paul Daly's power. They call him Simtex for a reason. Simtex is, for people that don't know, is C4, plastic explosive. But, you know, the dude he's fighting, man, he ain't no slouch. It's going to be a good fight. I think Paul, he's got a lot more experience. But at the same time, you know, the dude's a little bit younger than him. He's a buck, man, young buck. So we'll see what happens. I think I'd lean a little more towards Paul because he's trying to get that title shot again.
Yeah, you know, shout outs to everybody in the chat. You know, I appreciate the love. You know, JC, J Money, what about me? Appreciate you guys. You know, you guys been dying to hear that. You know, it's been a while, so you know, I'm gonna give it to you. You know.
We've been waiting.
Yeah, you know, Paul Daly, he's been around the sport a long time. You know, fought in the UFC. You know, he got thrown out because of the Josh Koscheck, you know, incident. And, you know, he just fought recently. He picked up a big win. It was a great fight he had. So Jason Jackson also has been, you know, he's been active. He had a big win against Gracie. So this is a good fight, you know.
It's going to be, I don't know. You know, it's funny because most of the people that fight Paul Daly, he's really created he gives a lot of fighters a false sense of security because they think, oh, all I got to do is take him down. And now he's taking people down. So like when he fought, I can't remember his name, the dude that he's a really good striker, bald dude. I can't remember his name. Michael Venom Page. When he fought Michael Venom Page, Paul Daly took him down every single round, and his wrestling defense is on point. And I think that, I mean, he's tough, man. We'll see what happens though, because Jackson, he ain't no slouch, and he's a little younger, but you know, it's going to be a good fight. It's going to be a good one. Hopefully, they got to I think Jackson's going to have to really take some chances though, and not be so game plan driven. I think Paul kind of thrives against people that just want to stick to the game plan. And sometimes sticking to the game plan, man, it's like putting your car on cruise control. You know, you gotta take a little bit of risk every now and then against somebody like Paul.
Yeah, you know, Paul Daly, he was in trouble in his last fight against Hamasi. You know, he came back and you know, he got the win, but you know, maybe, you know, the age could play a role here. Jason Jackson's a guy who's fought, you know, back in the Ultimate Fighter when it was American Top Team taking on Black Zillions. A lot of people don't know that, but you know, he's also fought on the Dana White Contender Series, so he has also fought, you know, at the high level. You know, like you said, Paul Daly has a lot of experience. You see his record, you know, it's crazy how many fights he has. So, you know, I'm kind of leaning towards Paul Daly, but, you know, that age could play a factor. You know, Jason Jackson, a little bit younger, don't have that many miles on him. And, you know, he's been on a nice little win streak. So
Absolutely.
it's a tough fight.
He's Paul too. A lot of people. I really like to see when fighters can not. I mean, yeah, you got to stay with whatever camp brought you. But one thing I like about Paul is that he's willing to move around a little bit, kind of get a new view. And a lot of fighters, man, I wish they don't have to necessarily leave their main camp, but I really like that he kind of goes around. He goes to specialists. He's got like strength and conditioning. He doesn't have like he's always trying to do things differently. He's always trying to keep things fresh. So I think that'll benefit him a lot. Obviously, nobody's going to beat the clock. Nobody's going to beat Father Time. But Jackson, he's been shown to be a little bit susceptible to strikers. And but at the same time, that's why I love MMA so much, because it's so unpredictable. Like, nobody thought that Fedor was going to get choked out in, you know, a minute and 30 seconds. Nobody thought that Mirko Krokop was going to get head kicked by a Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy. There's so many ways to win. So we'll see what happens when it's going. Did you, I forgot to ask you an H, did you see where Ngannou won off on, I can't remember, I think he was doing some interview, but he won off and he was pissed off because he says he wants the John Jones fight. He doesn't want to fight Derek Lewis.
Yeah, you know, they don't want to pay John Jones, you know, the money that he deserves. And that's why that fight's not happening. You know, the way that Dana White, you know, treats the fighters there, you know, he should do a better job. You know, these fighters deserve a lot more money in MMA than they're actually getting paid. And recently you've seen that happen with Paula Costa. You know, he was also upset about the fighter's pay. That's why he didn't want to take the fight. And you know, John Jones, you know, he's pound for pound the best. You know, the guy deserves the Conor McGregor money. You know, Conor McGregor, you know, he's a good fighter, but I don't think he's on the level of John Jones. I think your performance should be, you know, your performances should be based on what you get paid, not, you know, about how good you can run your mouth and and talk trash, you know. But
absolutely,
that's how the game
John Jones has consistently look. I always say this all the time, but he's consistently been between 500K and 1 million pay-per-view buys every time he's on a card, no matter what. And people, you know, they'll give Conor, he gets 1 million every time. I'll tell you something though, Conor hasn't even defended a belt, for one, but bigger than that, Jones has defended his belt like 13 times. And I tell people all the time, would you rather have, well, I better not say that on here, might get in trouble, but the point is, he deserves a bag, because he had the company on his back for so long. Like, pay the man. People are going to watch it. Like, if John Jones and Ngannou fight, it's not only going to bring out the diehards, it's going to bring out the casuals, it's going to bring everybody out. Everyone's going to want to see that. So I don't understand, other than Dana White just being a greedy prick.
Yeah, I mean, how much money, do you really need? I mean, even if you pay, you know, John Jones, you know, a little bit more or pay him what he's asking, the UFC is still going to make profit. So it's like, I mean.
Ever since they got acquired by WMEIMG, they've really, like, it's gotten even worse how much money they give those guys now. So they got all these investors they got to pay back. So.
Yeah, you know, Dana White, I don't know. It seems like, you know, out of all the sport, you don't see these president getting paid more than the fighters. You know, in UFC and MMA, it's like, you know, it's backwards. The president Dana White is making a lot more money than the fighters are. You know.
Yeah, this guy actually had the balls to say that, you know, getting into the UFC is not, what did he say? It's an opportunity. It's an opportunity. Look, here's the truth. Any person that steps in a cage or in a boxing ring, every time they do that, they're putting their health on the line. They're putting their life on the line. And you could punch somebody wrong and kill them. You could submit somebody wrong and kill them. I know a guy at a Naga tournament that I went to, that I was in, that got choked out wrong, and they held the choke a little bit too long, and the dude got paralyzed. So, I mean, this is a risk every single time, and it is entertainment. I get it, but these dudes are putting their lives on the line. So flicking them peanuts, I mean, they're paying some of them dudes on there $5,000 to go and $5,000 if you win. I mean, that's not. To me, that's not worth it, man. You can't put a price on somebody's health. And look at Spencer the King Fisher right now. Look at what happened to him. He did what Dana wanted, and he put his health on the line. And I'm gonna make it a great fight and beat the crap out of people. This dude can't even tie his shoes now, man. Check him out on YouTube if you don't know who I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Unbelievable
Spencer
fighter.
Fisher. He was a lightweight. Had great fights with Sam Stout back in the day.
Yep.
You know, a true pioneer of the game. And it's not only him, it's a lot of fighters, you know, guys like Mark Kerr back in the day, heavyweight. He's a used car salesman now. You know, I don't know what he's up to now, but they had a documentary on him. And it's like, it's no way in hell a guy should be on pay-per-views or, you know, on national television. And, you know, when his career is done, he still has to have another job. Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's crazy. There was a fighter, Canadian fighter, Caleb Starnes. He fought in the UFC. He was on the Ultimate Fighter Season 3. This dude, it's unbelievable. This dude, he got mad because he asked Dana White, why can't we get health insurance? And he goes, I ain't giving you guys health insurance. So Caleb said, okay. And he went out there and he did a pretty bad fight with, I can't remember his name. It slips my mind right now. But he went out there and didn't perform well. And everybody was mad at him. And I was mad at him. But later on, I found out why he didn't perform well. He goes, if I get hit the wrong way, I might die from it. He goes, I'm not making enough money to. If I'm making 10 and 10, he goes, it's probably going to cost me $10,000 just to fix my injuries, and that's not even after taxes come in. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, man. Gary Goodrich, too, by the way. That's another dude that can barely talk. I mean, it's so sad what these guys are going through. MMA is so fresh that we're just now starting to see the people with CTE and shit at the end of the road.
Yeah. You know, Dana, he's a money hungry guy. That's why you see a lot of fighters now, you know, keeping their options open, going in to fights like PFL, joining Bellator, you know, doing these, you know, Tyron Woodley doing this boxing match with Logan Paul, because these guys are getting paid more in different, you know, promotions. And I mean, they're going where the money is, and you know you can't be mad at them for that. You know,
hell no. And big shouts out to Corey Overtime Anderson. He's in the PFL right now. And after his
Corey Anderson, he went to Bellator.
Yep, he went to Bellator. The reason I brought him up, shout out to him, was because this dude, after he fought his fight in Bellator, tweeted and said, I made more money for this fight than I've ever made in the UFC combined.
That's crazy.
And he fought and he wasn't fighting like a bum, but he wasn't fighting anybody on the UFC level. But I mean, it's not just that though. It's like sponsors and everything else. He said he made more money in one Bellator fight than he made in his entire UFC career.
Yeah, you know, Corey Anderson was an Ultimate Fighter winner. Corey Anderson's a phenomenal fighter. You know, he actually was one of the, he was the first guy to, you know, beat Johnny Walker and shock the world, really. A lot of people counting Corey out. He didn't even have to wrestle Johnny Walker. He knocked him out with the hands. He was supposed to be next for a title shot, but Dana didn't give him that shot. He let him have a rematch with the champion right now, Blachowicz, and that's just how Dana White works. Demetrius Johnson was another great guy that gave away for Ben Askren, who's not even in the UFC anymore. So if Dana likes you, he's gonna pay you. If he doesn't, he's gonna treat you wrong. Scott Coker, I feel like, is a lot better for the sport of MMA. I feel like Scott Coker, he gives the fighters what they want. He listens to them and gives them opportunity. Scott Coker is a great president. He's been there. He has a lot of a great relationship with a lot of fighters from the Strikeforce days. So I really think Scott Coker is a better a fit for MMA than Dana White is.
Yeah, he's and it's not that like people try. I said this before, and people were like, "Yeah, well, Dana White, he used to box and all this stuff." This dude used to clean. He wasn't like a legit boxer ever. He never had a fight or anything like that. Scott Coker hasn't either. But the difference is that when Scott Coker gives people an opportunity, he's not thinking about like when he sits down with a fighter and makes a deal, he's thinking about how he can help the fighter too. He's not just thinking about how can I help my business. Because he knows that if the fighter it's that old principle, man. If you pay people good, it's like food. If you're going to go to a good ass restaurant that's top tier, you'll wait a little bit to get your food. And if you pay fighters well enough, they're going to show up and they're going to give you the best fight they can. But if you flick peanuts at a dude, you're going to wind up with Paulo Costa. They paid him for, his he didn't do well in his fight either, whatever.
That's how I feel
exactly.
like. Yeah, that's how I feel like. That's why John Jones been performing the way he's been performing lately. You give a guy amount of money that he's not worth, you got to give him more money. If not, he's gonna give you a half of a job. He's not gonna give you 100% for the payday you giving him. He's gonna give you what you paid for, maybe 50%. He's not gonna give it all he got for a shitty payday.
Absolutely. I mean, it's incredible what these guys take enough risk for nowadays anyway. So Paul Daly in trouble. H is on it. No, I gotta.
So the UFC come in tomorrow. We had a question from JC. He says, what do you think is the best fight for tomorrow?
Man, the Moreno Figueiredo fight, if it's anything like last time, it's probably going to be the best fight on the card. But I really want to see. There's a lot of sleeper fights on there. I really want to see how Leon Edwards does this time. He didn't really get a chance to kind of showcase what he had last time, and I've seen him. We've all seen him fight, but let's see how he does against somebody like Nate, somebody who's just like rough and tough. And Nate's got skills too. Nate's boxing all the time, but Nate's a beast, man. I'm just hoping we see. I want to see how that one goes. There's a few of them. There's a lot of fights people are sleeping on, though, for sure.
Yeah, I like to see Nate Diaz fight, even though I feel like it's a tough fight for him with Leon Edwards, but it's always fun to get a chance to watch Nate Diaz.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of my favorite.
There's a few on there though that are going to be, in my opinion, like we got one of the ones I really want to see is Dawodu versus is it? I can't remember. I think it's Evolov or Evolov.
Yeah. From he's from Russia. That's a good fight.
That's a good one.
And the Russian.
Mm-hmm. The other one I really want to see too because I really like Jamal Hill and Paul Craig. I'm a big Jamal Hill fan. There's a lot of bad blood in this fight that people don't know about because Paul Craig's fans, they were supposed to fight and Hill got COVID and they were calling him. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm good. Yo, you there?
I'm sorry about that.
That's all
Jamal
good.
Hill was fighting. He's fighting Paul Craig, and there's a lot of bad blood between them. There was a little video snippet, but we got Paul Craig's fans. Like they're big time Ranger fans in Scotland, and there's a lot of racists in there. And they were going on his Instagram calling him all these racist names and stuff. And they got in a big argument and the thing. So I really think this gonna. I'm not saying that obviously his fans are scumbags. Paul Craig's not like that, but I really want to see how this fight. I think Hill might. I'm not a big fan of Craig because he beat one of my favorite fighters ever, Shogun Rua.
Yeah, they had 2 fights with each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jamal Hill, he doesn't have that many fights. You know, I think he's like 8-0 or something, 9-0. You know, I feel like Paul Craig is going to be the toughest fight he's going to have. So I feel like if Paul Craig gets the fight down to the ground, he has great jiu-jitsu. Jamal Hill could be in trouble, but he has to get the fight down on the ground first.
Yeah.
You know,
He's it's weird too because Hill, like, normally Craig's the big guy, like the bigger man, but Hill was making him look like a little dude out there.
Yeah, Jamal Hill he's a pretty tall guy for a light heavyweight. You know,
heck yeah.
I'm surprised how Jason Jackson is just taking Paul Daly down. You know,
I didn't think he was going to go for this.
Yeah, out of anything, I thought Paul Daly would have been the one shooting in for the takedowns here.
Mm-hmm. I think that you really like with just wrestling in general. It's easy to get discouraged. Like when you get taken down, it messes and you don't want to be taken down. It really messes with you mentally sometimes. Paul Daly has enough experience where it shouldn't bother him, but it's kind of his job.
Yeah.
Jackson don't normally shoot for takedowns like that.
Yeah, I think Daly I think he's caught off guard here. I think he wasn't really expecting, you know, Jason Jackson to come out with a game plan like this because I've never really seen Jason Jackson, you know, engage in wrestling like this.
I'll tell you what else. There's a couple other good fights. We got Lauren Murphy versus Joanne Calderwood. Not so much Murphy, but Calderwood's been in a few fights in the year. She's been nominated a few times, but Lauren Murphy's kind of on the. She's fun to watch. They're both really fun to watch, but they're both on the up right now. Lauren Murphy, especially, she's. I think she's won her last 3, and her last one she did really, really well in. So I think that'll be a pretty good fight. I think the winner of this one's going to get a shot at Valentina Shevchenko.
Yeah, you know, Calderwood, great striker. She's another fighter representing Scotland. So, you know, you got Paul Craig and you got Calderwood on the same card representing Scotland. I think Calderwood should easily win that fight. Lauren Murphy, you know, she's durable. She's a tough girl. But I think Calderwood is just a lot better, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. She's a lot more technical for sure. I just think that one of the things that Lauren's doing, she's mixing in a lot of dirty boxing. And it's really having a bad effect on the people that she's fighting. She's able to kind of bully them up a little bit. But I think that's going to be a good one. But another one I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to it only because I felt bad for Bilal Muhammad when he got poked in the eye. But Bilal versus Damian Maia, I think this is Damian's last fight too. I love Damian, but I want to see how that one goes. Bilal's got some top-notch wrestling, but I kind of think that, you know, taking down Damian Maia is not the smartest thing you can do. But we'll see what happens because sometimes when somebody's ground game is so good and his wrestling's good, that means they're probably going to try to duke it out on the feet. So we'll see what happens, and hopefully, win or lose, Bilal can have a good performance because I know he's still on edge. I seen an interview of him cussing about the last fight.
Yeah, I think Bilal is gonna finally get that big knockout. I feel like this is a great fight for Bilal Muhammad. You know, he finally gets, you know, a guy who has a lot of respect around MMA, and you know, Damian Maia, You know, he's up there in age. I know age doesn't always play a big role, but we seen what Gilbert Burns did to Damian Maya. I don't
Ooh,
think his
yeah.
chin is going to be able, you know, to hold up against Bilal. I think Bilal finally, you know, gets a knockout with the hands. I feel like he deserves this fight. He deserves, you know, to fight somebody that's high up after what happened to him with the eye poke against Leon Edwards.
Yeah,
A lot
I
of
think
people are
that
saying this fight is boring. You know, Paul Daly just getting took down at will.
yeah, I used to have my old Muay Thai instructor, Jose. He's a Filipino dude. He told me, because I used to get pissed. I wrestled for forever in jiu-jitsu, but we had a Muay Thai instructor named Jose. He's a little short dude, but he was just a beast. He used to tell me, I was like, why are these people booing? They don't understand, blah, 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 blah. And I would get mad when they'd be in wrestling positions and they would hold it. And Jose looked at me. He said, look, man, people want to be excited. He goes, and if somebody's going to pay $200, $300 for a seat there or to buy the pay-per-view, they want to see action. They don't want to see a dude just hold on to a dude. And I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? If I paid that much money and I was just watching two people dry humping each other, I'd be pissed off too. But Jackson, he's being strategic, but he's definitely not entertaining. That's for sure.
Yeah, you know, I gotta respect his game plan. He doesn't want to stand in front of a heavy puncher like Paul Daly. He's playing it safe. He's doing what he needs to do. You know, I think this would be his 5th fight that he's won in a row. So, you know, he's getting closer to the title shot. I feel like he's doing all the right things. He has to have a smart fight. He's not too far away from a title shot. You know, he beat Vincent Henderson, a former lightweight champ of the UFC, and now beating Paul Daly. That's a big win for him. So I can't be mad at him. You know, you got to play smart when you're on a big win streak and you're trying to fight for a title. So
you got to remember, too, the greatest of all time, one of the greatest, George St. Pierre, he went to decision. I mean, his last fight was against Bisping. He choked him out. But before that, like 7 of his title defenses were by decision. They weren't all that exciting, some of them. So people just, you know, they get selective.
You gotta come out with a smart game plan, especially when you're champion. George St. Pierre, Demetrius Johnson was another guy, you know, who you know, who played it very smart, won a lot of decisions. So that's just how the game goes. When you fighting for the belt, you gotta fight smart. You know, you can't get caught with something, and you know that's just how the game goes. John Jones also, you know, he's won a lot of decision wins. All the best guys, you know, win a lot of decisions. Besides Anderson Silva. Anderson, he's been in the distance a long time too. So,
yeah, Hodges you're 100% Hodges. He's definitely gonna need a knockout to win at this point. But Paul Daly's come back from worse. But we'll see what happens. Jackson, you got to give him a little bit of credit here. That's sometimes that's the only way you can beat somebody with that much power in their hands.
Yeah, no, he's fought a smart fight. He knows that Paul Daly's struggled a lot with wrestlers, and you know he did what he needed to do to get the win here. You know, it might haven't been the most exciting fight, but he is going to get his hands raised at the end of the day. So
yeah,
you know,
he's gonna get it for sure.
Paul Daly, he needs the knockout, and I don't think he's going to get it by being off his back. Great job by Jackson, you know, showcasing that, you know, he's not only a great striker, but he's also a man who could switch it up and show that he is diverse. He could get the fight down to the ground. So, you know, great job for Jackson. He's fighting a veteran. Yes, sir. He's doing what he needs to do to get the job done. You know, that's how it goes sometimes. Paul Daly just getting dominated here. You know, 1 minute and 35 seconds left here of the fight. 3rd round. Jason Jackson on top. Laying here in half guard. Landing some good ground and pound. You know, we knew Paul Daly could be in trouble here after his last performance. You know, Hamasi had him rocked, but Paul Daly, he showed a lot of heart. But Jason Jackson fought the perfect fight. One of those fights where you could go to sleep on, but he did what he needed to do to get his hands raised. And now they're back on the feet in the last 50 seconds. Let's see if Paul Daly can make something happen here. Can he get the finish? He's swinging for the fences. I don't think he's going to get the finish, though. Jason Jackson fought a perfect fight. And now he's just coasting, buying time. He knows Paul Daly has a lot of heavy hands. And Paul Daly gives up the takedown once again with 20 seconds left on the clock. I mean, great performance from Jason Jackson. You know, he's landed numerous takedowns. You know, he took Paul Daly out of his game plan, you know. And we'll be waiting for the judges' scorecard to see who's going to pick up the W, which we all know Jason Jackson deserves this win here. And now we wait for the decision. I mean, you got to credit Jason Jackson. It wasn't the most exciting performance, but he did get the job done. You know, you can't get a knockout on every fight. You know, it wasn't that exciting, but he did what he had to do to get his hands raised. You know, great wrestling performance from Jason Jackson. Didn't really think he was going to be able to take down Paul Daly. Paul Daly, you know, he struggled with wrestlers a lot in his career, but he's faced a lot of wrestlers who are high level compared to Jason Jackson. You look back at the Josh Koscheck fight. You're talking about, you know, an NCAA wrestler. So Jason Jackson don't have those credentials. He's not NCAA material. And to see Paul Daly give up takedowns like that is shocking. But we'll be headed to the main event very shortly. We got the big fight. You got Douglas Lima. You know, we've been waiting. One of the best welterweight champions of all time in Bellator. This is going to be a great fight. And, you know, Jason Jackson, he's showing that he's worked on his wrestling, you know, has improved with his takedowns. Paul Daly did not have an answer. He couldn't stuff the takedowns. He couldn't get low enough and sprawl the takedowns. Now, Jason Jackson, you know, on a five-fight win streak now after this. You know, beat the likes of Jordan Mean, beat Benson Henderson, Neiman Gracie, Paul Daly. Do they give this man a title shot? You know, after a dominant performance over such a great fighter like Paul Daly, who's been around the fight game a very long time. And now, Jason Jackson, in my opinion, is the number one man to get that title shot against the winner, Douglas Lima. You know, I feel like 5 fights is enough. What more can a man do to get a title shot? Jason Jackson dominating Bellator since his debut. Just a great fighter. You know, worked with the likes of guys from Black Zillions. And now, you know, he's worked his ass off for this moment. Give this man a title shot. Dude got like 60-plus fights, only got 17. Respect Jackson. Yep, you know, doesn't have that much experience, but, you know, getting it done. And now they pay respect to Jamaica, holding the flag up in there. Jason Jackson and Paul Daly goes the distance. And Jason Jackson, I feel like, is next in line for the title. A lot of mutual respect from both fighters. They're here. post-fight interview. Both fighters here together, showing great sportsmanship. And Jason Jackson on a 5-fight win streak. Give this man a title shot, Scott. Daly got more losses than Jackson has wins. LOL. Daly's been fighting a long time, man. Daly maybe needs to consider retirement. His last 2 fights haven't been his best. I feel like he has a few fights left in him, but he really needed to be considering retirement. If he can't beat a guy like Jason Jackson right now, he needs to be thinking about it. Paul Daly passing over the torch of great Jamaican fighters, and he feels like Jason Jackson is a great guy to represent it. And we're getting ready for the main event. Great fight. Paul Daly, great sportsmanship, handled the loss like a true gentleman. And now, Lima coming up next. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Another great night of fights. The PFL was a great night of fights yesterday. Clarissa Shields looked phenomenal. She had trouble in the first 2 rounds, but showing the true heart of a champion, didn't quit, was in bad positions throughout the fight. Gave up mount, stayed calm, and went out in the 3rd round and got the finish. So shout outs to Clarissa Shields getting the big win. And, we just going to see what's next for her. Hopefully she could develop, a better takedown defense, work more on her jiu-jitsu, and she could be a dominant force in MMA. So, Michael Venom Page here doing a great job of commentating. Lima getting ready. This is a big fight in the welterweight division here in Bellator. A lot of people got Lima winning this fight, but he's fighting a very dangerous opponent. This man is undefeated, holds a record of 25-0. This is going to be a great fight. Anytime that Douglas Lima comes out to fight, it's going to be a good fight. He has very good leg kicks, great hands. I've been watching Douglas Lima fight a long time. He's fought guys like Ben Askren, had great wars, with Roy McDonald. I feel like Lima is the best welterweight in Bellator at the moment. The only guy I feel like that could give him a problem is maybe MVP. But we seen how the first fight went. Lima knocked him out. Just a great fight. And now I'm also go to Waba. What? Yo, hit the like button. It's your boy H Money, Mr. DAZN. Shout out to my boy, What About Me, D Hodges as we get ready for the main event of the evening with the one and only Tap Out King. And you heard it first from What About Me. He's going with, the underdog, getting it done over Lima. The man's 25-0. He hasn't lost a fight yet. It's going to be a tough fight. The ball guy talking, Malcolm Venom Page, was the man that Lima knocked out. This is going to be a good main event. It's been a great week of fights. 3 days in a row. Tomorrow's UFC. Today's Bellator. Yesterday was PFL. Just a great overall week of fights. We're just getting ready here for this main event. We got to wait patiently for these guys to get this fight on the road. We're trying to catch one of the best main events in welterweight history in Bellator. Rory McDonald and Douglas Lima had a great fight. Now Rory McDonald's in the PFL. The PFL has been doing a great job. They've been picking up great fighters. Fabricio Werdum, Anthony Pettis, Clarissa Shields. The list could go on. MMA is just getting bigger and better. The sport is growing. I've been one of those guys who's been around a long time. D Hodges in the building, no problem. How long before Joey Davis challenged these boys? Tap Out. Joey Davis, give him a bigger fight. Give him a guy who has a little bit more experience. Joey Davis, it feel like they've been just feeding them cans. Give him a tougher test. And we'll see. Joey Davis, I feel like he has a bright future. But he needs to be tested. Joey Davis is a guy, who's a great wrestler, has great striking, but yet to be tested. Give him a vet. Give him a guy who's been around the game. I would say a guy, who's almost at the end of his career, a veteran, a guy up there in age, but who has the experience just to get him tested, But Joey Davis, he's been looking phenomenal, But Bellator, they do a good job of feeding, these young guys, a lot of cans. So he needs to be tested. Would like to see him against a guy, maybe like an Aaron Pico kind of guy, down the road. I think they could have a good fight if that fight, could happen. But Joey Davis, he has a bright future in MMA for sure. Taiwan Claxton came up short against Justin Gonzalez. He was a guy that had a lot of hype around him too. So we're just getting ready for the main event. Joey Davis, I like him. He's from California. I'm always back up my California fighters. I like Joey Davis. I know these fighters out of California. They're gonna leave it all on the table. Not saying that fighters from other states don't, but being from California myself, I always got to support these fighters out of Cali. Aaron Pico, Joey Davis. Representing Compton, I like Joey. Welterweight division, that fight, Aaron Pico, that would be a great fight, but two different weight classes, Can you say sheesh? We gonna give the fans what they need, man. Tatum, Jason Tatum, my bad. The Celtics, we coming back. H Money, Justin Trouble, the OG, appreciate it. Appreciate everybody in the chat. We couldn't have been, getting this far without you guys. So we always want to thank the chat. Thanks for the support. We love you guys. We couldn't have done it without you guys. Get the big real quick and go home. Yeah, that's the goal. The Celtics, we coming back though, man. Jaylen Brown was out injured, but we coming back. Who you guys think is going to take the NBA Finals this year? Is it going to be the Nets? Most likely, huh? And now we're getting ready for this main event. Nets, Suns. Nets win in 6. I really think, it could be the Jazz and the Nets. I think the Jazz and the Suns will have some crazy games. Amosov making his way down here to the Bellator octagon. And now we're getting ready for the champ to make his way down here to the ring. I mean, a great fighter out of Ukraine, 25-0. Couldn't have more of an impressive resume. Ever since he came in to Bellator, he's been knocking them off, and he's finally going to put that undefeated streak on the line for the title. I feel like Douglas Lima has had trouble with good grapplers. If Amosov is willing to get this fight down to the ground, we could have a new champion. If he plays the fight smart, get the fight close in the clinches, get the fight down, Lima could be in trouble. And it's busting respectfully. Anyone but Net. You know why? Why? Jazz are our serious squad. They will be tough if Colony is healthy. Lima is gonna KO. Yeah, the Jazz, Donovan Mitchell, Rudy Gobert, Jordan Clarkson. They put a great team together. They play great together. I feel like the Suns and the Jazz, that's going to be, if they play each other, that'll be a great series. And then on the East Coast, it looks like the Nets will have that. Then the Sixers, they've been having trouble a little bit with Trae Young. The Hawks is a pretty good team, too. LA lost, the Lakers, they couldn't get it done without Anthony Davis. Like I said, if you look back on a video that we caught in the preseason, it was the Phoenix Suns and the Lakers. And, I said the Suns would give them a tough time. I feel like Aiden was just a lot bigger than everybody on the Lakers team. The Lakers did bring in a great center with Andre Drummond, but he still didn't have the answers for him. I feel like Anthony Davis, without him, the Lakers, they would never win a championship with that team without Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is the Los Angeles Lakers. LA Clippers lost to the Jazz. Yeah, Kawhi Leonard. Oh, man, the Jazz is a tough team. That's why they're number 1 in the West. And now the tell of the tape, Douglas Lima, Amosov, and, the younger fighter, 27 years old, the shorter fighter with a slight reach advantage. And Michael C. Williams is gonna bring us in for this fight. You know, I would like to see the Clippers, you know, get it done, but you know, the Clippers never had good luck. You know, just never been the champion team of Los Angeles. It's always been Lakers. And now the main event is here. The moment we all been waiting for. Douglas Lima. Wow, this is a good fight. Sheesh. Out of the three, the only team with a ring, LA Clippers. You know, hopefully they could turn it around like they did against the Mavericks, you know, and get this win. And now we're bringing in the champ, Douglas Lima. His first title defense here. You know, we seen him come up short against Gegard Mousasi, you know, which is a great fighter and a tough opponent for anyone. You know, he went up to middleweight. He was undersized. Gegard, you know, with a great ground game, you know, dominated. I feel like Amosov, if he sticks to that game plan, keep the fight close, you know, it might not be exciting, but he needs to do what he needs to get the win here. Keep the fight close, get the fight to the clinch, and get the fight down on the ground. They got y'all a ring with my man Kawhi. Kawhi, you know, he won the ring with the Toronto Raptors. Would love to see him get one for the Clippers. Do you know Pop Smoke? Do you know about Love and the Mama Said story? You want, you got what you need. Pop Smoke RP, you know, a true New York legend. You know, I knew he was gonna take off before he did. And you know, rest in peace to a real legend, you know. Hats off to Pop Smoke, man. Sheesh. And now round one kicks off. The title's on the line. And let's see, you know, what's going to happen here. Can it be, you know, a new champion here tonight? Lima, Amosov, Ukraine versus Brazil. And the filling process is just getting started here. Fighters are being real patient, taking their time. You know, don't want to get really caught with anything. And they're just filling each other out here. A very slow start. But let's hope it picks up. You know, a leg kick attempt from Lima right off the rip, but comes up short. Lima has great kicks, you know, very powerful with his kicks. Good boxing. A guy who's been in Bellator a very long time. And this is for everything, you know. Amosov's been undefeated so far in his career. And he's worked his ass off to get here. Logan Storley, some people said Logan should have won the decision. Some people say he was robbed. But, you know, that's the game. You can't leave it in the hand of the judges. Sheesh! FaZe Javaris is going to fight. Floyd is the greatest. And Douglas Lima gives up the takedown. Wow. And this is a great start for Amosov here. Using the wrestling, you know, and he's doing all the right things he needs to win this fight, you know. And now Douglas Lima is off of his back. Great fighter, Amosov from the Ukraine gets the takedown, landed some solid shots, in guard. And this is where Douglas Lima, has had trouble in the past, giving up the takedowns. And Lima's trying to be active off his back. And Amosov, he's doing the right things. If he wants to be a champion, this is what he needs to do. It's not going to be the most exciting, but he will get his hand raised if he continues to fight like this. This is a bad spot for Lima. And, he just cost himself the first round. Yeah, he does. Lima's not that great off of his back. There's a bad spot for him. Everybody knows the way to beat Douglas Lima. Take him down and defend the submission attempts. It's not going to be exciting, but he will get his hand raised. Nobody likes, a boring fight. Nobody wants to see a guy get taken down for 5 rounds. But sometimes that's what you need to do to get your hand raised. If the champ win, woo! But I don't think he's gonna get it done. It's a bad spot for him. He's not eating a lot of damage, but he's giving up a lot of control time here. In the eye of the judges, Lima's losing this fight. We have 30 seconds left in round 1. And so far, it's been all the challenger. Yeah, I've seen that fight. Ben Askren just took him down and pretty much laid on him and win a decision. And Lima, the same thing happened with the Gegard Mousasi fight. Even though Gegard is a middleweight, he's a bigger guy, but Lima's always had trouble with good grapplers. And the way it looks right now, we might be having a new champion. Amosov is doing the right thing he needs. He's doing everything right. I know Douglas Lima weaknesses, and so does he. You keep the fight close, you bring it down to the ground, and if you can't get him down to the ground, you put his back against the cage. Physically a stronger fighter, and it's showing right now. Keep the fight close. You don't want to give, enough room for Lima to, let off some power shots. We know he has dangerous leg kicks. If the champ win, can you say, sheesh? I'm going to say it regardless, win or lose. We're going to say, sheesh. And that's that, Jack. Lost track, 25-0. I'm nice right now. Amosov, he's looking like what Jason Jackson just did. Get the takedown, and by the time, milk the clock, control the fight. When we see in this time and time, the takedowns win you fights. It's not exciting. Nothing exciting has happened so far in this fight. Even though it's the second round, it's lackluster. The co-main event and the main event, good fights, but did not deliver. A nice uppercut by Douglas Lima. And let's see if he can keep this up. Keep the fight on the feet. Stuff these takedowns. Let's see if Lima, could do this. He knows what he needs to do. But is he able to actually do it, He has good takedown defense.
As you mentioned, John, yet to see much in terms of the leg kicks, but Yaroslav Amosov.
And Amosov, he's looking to go 26-0. Just a great resume so far for him. Frankie Edgar is hard to beat in a game. Frankie Edgar is hard to beat, point blank, period. A former lightweight champ. And I feel like he deserved to be in the Hall of Fame. And another takedown attempt for Amosov. Great job from Lima, but then he gives up the takedown. Wow. And I think this is going to be the fight, guys. This is how this fight is going to play out. Lima not able to stuff the takedowns. And we're going to have a new champion tonight. That's how it's going to go. Lima, he does have decent takedown defense, but he's just not able to stuff the takedowns tonight. Sometimes you don't know which Lima you're going to get. Sometimes, he's very hard to get down. And tonight, that's not the case. It's not looking good here for Lima. We'll be looking for a new champ. And that's horrible, We would like to see Douglas Lima actually, John Jones, I think, is going to Bellator. If I was him, I would too. Stop getting disrespected by Dana White, and get paid what you deserve. You got to keep your options open. It's all business at the end of the day. You got to get paid what you're worth. Dana White's been lowballing fighters since the beginning of time. Dana White is not, he doesn't know how to treat fighters. And that's why he's always had a lot of trouble, with these fighters. They don't have great relationships at all. Randy Couture is another guy who don't get along with Dana. Tito Ortiz didn't. He's not good for the sport. Give these fighters what they deserve. It's boring, but I respect it because people don't know how much energy to get someone off. You respect them. It is a boring fight. But he has to do what he got to do to get his hand raised. Amosov has never really been, that exciting of a fighter. I was saying that before the fight started. He's not an exciting fighter. Is he a good fighter? Yes. But is he exciting? No. Dana White is bad for the sport. He wants to pay these guys like Conor McGregor all this kind of money, pay Nate Diaz, all this kind of money, but you don't want to pay the guys who are undefeated, the guys who are really the best, who's not going to run their mouth and make a fool of themselves to sell fights, and that's how Dana works, And now we're headed to round 3. Douglas Lima really needs to turn this fight around because if not, he'll be giving away his belt right now. He's losing. He lost 2 of these rounds easily. He's losing the fight. You can't stuff the takedown. It look like we're going to have a champion out of the Ukraine. You're right, D-Haz. It does take a lot of energy, to get back to your feet after someone takes you down. And I don't think Douglas Lima has the right answers to stuff these takedowns. It's sad to see. Lima, he's actually, a very exciting fighter. To give up his title to a guy, like Amosov, it sucks because that, all these title fights at welterweight are most likely going to be boring, lackluster fights. Can you tell me who's going to get the knockdown? No one's going to get the knockdown in this fight. You know, this fight's gonna play off of Douglas Lima back for the next, 2 rounds. Um, this fight's not gonna change. You know, Amosov is gonna continue to get the takedowns. It's gonna be a 5-round decision. From the looks of it, it's not gonna be an exciting fight at all. You know, Lima, he's gonna need to turn it around here because if he loses this round, that's the fight. Lima needs this round. You know, he needs it. He needs to win the third, the fourth, and the fifth round if he wants to be a champion here. He gives up one more takedown, this fight is over. You know, Lima throws a big head kick. Amosov looks like he ate it very well. Dana White is a racist. You mean? Yeah, that's what I mean. He is a racist. You know, sad to say it, but I really feel like he is racist. Tyron Woodley called him out on it before. You know, when Tyron Woodley fought Wonder Boy Thompson, you know, you could see those. You could see the lead up of the fight. You know, Woodley said it. If he was blonde hair, he had blue eyes. Maybe they'll push him a lot more. You know, they were trying to make it seem like Wonder Boy Thompson was the champ. They wanted Woodley to lose that fight. I really do feel like, you know, the UFC's been racist a very long time. I feel like what they did with Demetrius Johnson was racist. You know, you give up the guy with the most title defenses in the history of the UFC for a joke like Ben Askren, you know, who only won one fight in the UFC and then got starched by Mazidov and then tapped out by Maya. And that's who you give up, the guy with the most title defenses in the UFC. Dana White's a racist piece of shit. It's been like that. You know, you know, the country we live in is a bunch of races. It's ran by racist people. That's never going to change. It's been like that. It's going to continue to be like that. You know, it's sad to see. You know, I hate that that's the way things are. But what can we do? You know, it's bullshit. Dana White's been a racist piece of shit. He don't want to pay the black fighters what they deserve. You're telling me a joke like Conor McGregor, a guy who gets his ass beat by guys like Poirier, Nate Diaz, and, you know, he's getting paid more than John Jones, who hasn't even lost a fight in the UFC? How is that so? That's like saying that a regular, like, you know, a jobber in boxing is going to get paid more than Floyd Mayweather. Floyd hasn't lost a fight, but, you know, you're telling me a bum is going to get paid more than him? Conor McGregor is really almost like a bum, you know, but he talks a lot of shit, you know, and he gets paid more. It's been a racist sport, man. You know, Dana White, you know, they need to get him out of there. Yeah, UFC appeals to their fan base. Many MMA fans are racist, unfortunately. You know, maybe you're right. You know, you know, you hate to see it, but you know, things will change eventually, and that's why you see a lot of African champions now in the UFC. A lot of American fighters, you know, are getting ran out. You know, a lot of American fighters aren't champions right now. That's why you see Francis Ngannou, you know, a man from Africa. You see the great Kamaru Usman representing the country of Nigeria. And, you know, you see another great in Israel. You know, a lot of American fighters are getting ran out, you know, slowly but surely, you know, just like every other sport, you know, will be ran by African Americans or just African fighters. You know, MMA is still a young sport, and you know, we got to get rid of all this racism bullshit. You know, I'm not with that racist shit, and you know, We ain't standing for it, dog. For real. He didn't want Chuck Liddell to fight there. Dana only pays guys who make him big money what they are worth. John Jones isn't a big of a draw as Conor McGregor, Diaz, Mazidov. It doesn't that doesn't matter, dude. About it shouldn't. I mean, that shouldn't have mattered. Mazidov is nowhere the level of John Jones. John Jones hasn't lost a fight in the UFC, but you're telling me some backyard fighter like Mazidov is getting paid more than John Jones? It got the game backwards. That's like saying that, you know, that's like saying, let's just say a guy like Jordan Clarkson in the NBA is going to get the bigger contract than LeBron James. It doesn't work like that. The best guy in the game is supposed to get paid more money. It's just that simple. You don't pay a guy because of he might sell more jerseys than LeBron. He might sell more tickets. No, it's who's the better fighter should be getting paid. Not a guy who's willing to sell his soul and make himself look like a joke and for a payday. Diaz, look how many losses Nate Diaz has, but they bring in casual fans. I mean, I guess, man, they got the game mixed up. You're right, it is messed up, man. You should get paid on your skill set, not by how good you trash talk and you make a joke of yourself. That's what they want. If that's the case, who cares about being the best fighter? Let's just be the best trash talker. Let's be, the best guy that sell fights, the best guy on social media, if that's the case, And Lima finally stuffed a takedown here around 4, Pay the black fighters what they deserve. Pay the Mexican fighters what they deserve. Pay these fighters what they deserve. That's all, maybe it's not a racist thing, but, I guess the people who draw in the most fans are getting paid more. I guess, and act like an idiot. He would get paid more. But guys, real guys from the, people who's real, who's humble, who won't sell their soul, like Khabib, John Jones. These guys, they're going to be the way they are, whether you pay them more money or not, and that's what it should be about, man. These guys who have respect for their opponents, have respect for the game, humble, don't trash talk to their opponents, don't have to sell their soul for a payday. It shouldn't be that way. You don't see LeBron James talking trash to other players and, trying to sell tickets or not or anything like that. He's a humble guy. He's the best in the game, and and that's how the true best guys are. George didn't talk trash, and he still got paid a great amount of money. Maybe because he's white. Who knows? I don't know. You tell me. But all that's gonna change soon. You got to start off with the problem, and that's Dana White. He don't respect his fighters. He pretty much treat them like they're, like they're game dogs. Once you're up, once your best days are up, they get rid of you, throw you to the side. Dana White is a big problem. That's why you see a lot of these fighters going in to different organizations, getting paid what they deserve. You see a lot of fighters, going to other countries to fight, one championship. You see guys going to Russia to fight. UFC ain't the only place that's willing to pay your fighters. Who cares about the UFC if they're not paying you good money? I'd rather fight in Bellator if the payday's better. Usman and Israel are getting paid right now. Yeah, they're getting paid good. So why isn't John Jones getting paid? Especially if John Jones is taking a risk of fighting one of the most dangerous guys on the UFC, and Francis Ngannou. People could joke around and say Francis can't wrestle, he can't grapple or whatnot. He doesn't have a good gas tank, but he proved a lot of people wrong against Stipe in the rematch, like I said he would have done. You know, so if he's gonna fight such a dangerous opponent like Francis, risking everything on the line, give the man what he deserves. Israel and Usman, they're getting paid good money, and John needs to be getting paid the same way. John's been in the game a lot longer. He's been with the company, a very long time. He's been a champ since he was like 20 years old, 21 years old. Pay this man what he deserves. Shout outs to Joe. Appreciate you stopping by. Um, it's always love. Thanks, for the support. I think Frankie Edgar should fight one more time. He should, I don't think he should fight, a top 5 guy. But give him an up and comer, and possibly think about retirement. He took a nasty knockout from Corey Sandhagen, and you know, and you know, Dana White's bad for the sport, man. I never, liked Dana White to be honest, and a lot of fighters don't like him. He got a bad attitude. He thinks he could walk over anybody he wants. Um, you know, how many freaking millions and billions of dollars you need? You need to worry about your fighters. Take care of your fighters, because when you take care of your employees, they're gonna take care of you. That's how the game goes. Just like a job in real life. Israel and Usman, hasn't even been in the UFC as long as John Jones, and they're getting paid. Possibly, I'm not sure they're paid, but they could be making more than them. How would you feel if you were at a job and you were working there for 10 years, and then they just hire some new guy who doesn't have as much experience as you, haven't put in the time and the work as you did, and now this new guy who just got hired, is getting paid more money than you or getting paid the same amount as you? That's a joke. He didn't put in the years. He didn't put in the time. He didn't do it. That's just how it goes. How would you feel? You worked for this company for 20 years. They're paying a new guy who just started in a day, or he's been with the company for a few months and he's getting paid the same amount as you, or, just the same amount. That's a joke, man. I feel like Douglas Lima is going to lose his fight, he's giving it up right now. We're at the last round. We're going to see how this is going to play out. Douglas Lima is cocking back. He's trying to throw these big bombs, but, those punches, you can see a mile away coming. And Amosov doing a good job of avoiding it. He landed a good right of his own. And Douglas Lima's looking to give up his belt right here, guys. Hate to see it, but that's how it looks like right now. Douglas Lima gives up another takedown, is laying on his back once again. This is a shitty performance from Douglas Lima, man. Lackluster performance, 5 rounds. Just a shitty fight all around, man. You know, great job from Amosov. You know, he did what he had to do. You know, you got to credit him for picking up the big win. Lima almost has an armbar. You know, let's see if he can pull a rabbit out of his hat here. Let's see if he's winning. They get the win. You know, pick up the submission victory. Just like John Jones, just like Anderson Silva did against Chael Sonnen, you know, down pretty much the entire fight and picks up a submission win. But I doubt that's going to happen here. Yeah, that's all he got, Reese, you know. Shout outs to Reese Mack, man. Appreciate you stopping by. Shout outs to everyone in the chat who stopped by, you know, supporting the channel. You know, thank everyone for stopping by as always, man. We couldn't be more happier, you know, but another banger tonight. Ken Lima, you know, pull a rabbit out of his hat here. Under a minute left, trying to lock up an arm bar. You know, Lima, you know, he has good jiu-jitsu, you know, but I don't think Amosov would give up here. I think he'd rather get his arm broke, you know, than give up, you know, the win that he worked so hard for. They're talking about he worked 5 rounds to pick up this win here. He can't give it up. And he does a good job of getting his arm out of trouble here. And Amosov just dominates Lima here for 5 rounds straight. And we have a new champion out of the Ukraine. Hats off to Amosov. Fought a great fight. Wasn't an exciting performance, but he picked up a big win, a very tough fight for both men. Lima, you know, loses the fight. The Ukraine is going to celebrate. They have a champion, ladies and gentlemen. And Amosov couldn't be more happier. You know, he's in tears. You know, he's fought a great fight. Great sportsmanship from both men. Douglas Lima, you know, have to work his way back up. What's next for Douglas? You know, that's the question. Maybe he should be trying the UFC next. You know, he has nothing left to prove in Bellator. He's been a champion, you know, and now he needs, I think, the best bet for his career is to do what Michael Chandler did, you know, make that transition to the UFC, you know, or, you know, try to get in the PFL. You know, the PFL, you win the tournament, that's $1 million, you know, tournament, you know. Think about, you know, what's best long term. Think about the big payday. You know, and the PFL, I feel like, is a great place to be, you know, to chase that $1 million payday. You know, some fighters in the UFC been fighting their whole career and couldn't even, you know, reach $1 million, you know. So I feel like MMA, these fighters are having more options, you know. ONE FC pays their fighters very well. Bellator does, and the PFL does. So, you know, think about what's best for you. You know, if the UFC is not going to pay you, you know, look elsewhere because other organizations will. Douglas Lima got dominated. Effective win. Nice one, man. Always a pleasure. All the best to everyone. It's 4:22 a.m. here. What about me? Thank you, man. Appreciate you stopping by, man. It's always great chopping it up with you. Yeah, man. It's early over there. You know, we did it once again, man. We look like we're going to have a new champ. Michael C. Williams will read the scorecards and announce our new champion. And we went the distance once again, co-main event. And the main event did not deliver. And And we have a new champion, guys. Smart fight. Took away his punches. Brilliant. Yes, sir. Amosov did what he needed to do. And we got our first Ukraine champion in Bellator. Hats off to the Ukraine. Shout outs to Amosov. He worked his ass off to get to this title fight, and he was victorious. He moves on to 26-0, a great record. And we have a new king in welterweight division here. Douglas Lima, where does he go from here, guys? Respected. Damn, Lima lost. Ignorant boxing. Yes, sir, man. He got dominated as well, I would like to see the rematch, Logan Storley versus Amosov.
So I'm happy because it's my life.
Couldn't be happier more for the new champ. Amosov gets it done. The first Ukraine champion in Bellator history. There you have it. In the new champion, Amosov. Appreciate everybody. Hit the like button, subscribe. We out. And the new champion, Amosov.